Chigurupati garu. And I see lot many, successful entrepreneurs in life sciences who are sitting off the days. I welcome you all. While Dr. Srinivas was just mentioning about, 25 years back, an idea has come. As a policymaker, we design so many policies, but ultimately it rests on the partners of this state and partners of the industry who makes it possible. When the idea has come to the policymaker then, and the idea, the vision to make this Genome Valley into one of the renowned life sciences hub for tomorrow's world. The idea has rolled into action, the vision has rolled into action, and ultimately we could able, for the past 25 years, we could able to run as a single valley in India which can promote life sciences in better way. And we are seeing the fruits of the Genome Valley over here. 25 years we just celebrated, and many people, while we are celebrating 25 years of the Genome Valley existence, and later what we could able to do, what should be our vision tomorrow. And we can't sit on it and we can't idle on it, and that's the real reason we just started our next innings of our vision. We have put One Bio, a platform for all the biopharma industries to incubate, to innovate, and to see that the incubation for the startups or the innovation which is required should be propelled and should be accelerated by the infusion of the government policies. And this is where we would love to really take up and shape our life sciences policy for next 20 to 25 years. If those people 25 years back wouldn't have thought about Genome Valley, nobody in the world should have been known about the Genome Valley. And many people would have their single existence, and as a group, as a conglomerate of industries, we wouldn't have been here. And I'm so thankful that all the partners of the industry made it possible. And time and again I keep telling, it's not about the policy which makes it possible. It's not about the ease of doing which makes us possible. It's a drive and intent of our entrepreneurs who made it possible. So, over the period of these 25 years, you are the witness, the elders on the days are the witness, the elders of the days are the witness, how the ecosystem has been built. It's not about the Genome Valley, it's about the ecosystem which has built very vibrantly, very strongly, and world all over is looking at us now. For the past 25 years, we could able to create that sort of infrastructure, one, and you could able to create that sort of a skill, and we could able to literally make world see what innovation really takes place. And that is the reason about 250 odd companies from 18 countries have their existence over here. And now if you name any big company or any emerging company, they would love to come to the city of Hyderabad and to the state of Telangana. That is the progress what Telangana could achieve over the past 25 years, and the city of Hyderabad could evolve itself. So I wish and see what we are trying to provide onto the platform, under the platform of One Bio. This is a platform where all the companies can use this platform, having access to the technology and come up with innovation. That is, and I always keep telling elders over here that is high time what we would come up with $1 billion molecule. So we have a hope and we have a trust in the entrepreneurial spirit, which they keep on dynamically moving. I see many entrepreneurs who have lots of expertise in this domain have still have the fire in the belly. I can see somebody like Varaprasad Reddy Garu, he comes to me with a great other thinking that he wants to come up what after 25 years what this healthcare needs. So that that is the spirit of what we see, and we would like to share these experiences to our industry partners and also try to learn from them how the public policies or the policies of the government should be shaped in the next phase of 25 years, what we are calling as Telangana Rising 2047. The vision document with the vision of yours will be included in the release in the later part of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for laying out a very grand vision. And you have also, I'll come back to some of the specifics that you have mentioned. When we look into the major ecosystems, be it the Boston, Cambridge, or if you look into the Basel or the San Diego cluster, what is very evident is the life sciences ecosystem in Telangana is perhaps the topmost in terms of catering to affordable healthcare. So I think that is something which is a very significant aspect, and we will be focusing a bit more on the volume and as well as the affordability aspects of how the state would spin out these technologies. So just a quick follow-up question. You have also been championing through your leadership, creating a holistic ecosystem in terms of having the best in IT infrastructure. There's a lot happening on the IT sector. There is a lot happening on the educational sector. And you have put in all the elements that are essential ingredients for creating a very vibrant ecosystem. In this context, specifically coming to the topic of the life sciences, the next generation areas, just wanted to request your thoughts. How is Telangana positioning in the frontier areas like cell and gene therapy, synthetic biology and fermentation, AI-driven drug discovery, as well as digital health?
Our focus is very clear. By 2047, we have to grow. The life sciences sector should lead the globe. At least we have to be in that 5 areas of growth. And what we see is we want to lead the next wave of the life sciences innovation. And we are all you people are here not just to participate, and you are the leaders, you just want to lead. Around the world, right now what we are seeing is the world is being reshaped by the new technologies, the new therapies, and especially the digital transformation. How best we can position ourselves preparing for this future with lots of care, scale and intent. That's the real reason I was mentioning about One Bio, wherein the company can access to the biomanufacturing infrastructure. One, we are also investing in lots of talent creation and promoting high quality research. Through the upcoming, first is we are coming up with a life sciences policy and pooling the talent through the life sciences school. This is first ever in India, and elders of this sector, the life sciences sector, have suggested, and we are working on it by January 2nd week to show and to reflect to all the world how we are shaping the skill. We are planning to unveil our life sciences policy in the WEF, in the Davos. And world-class institutions should be there. Our line of objective is, we have ISB here, we have IIT here, and why can't we have this sort of a school of the life sciences over here, which have the world-class quality? And we would, through this, positioning ourselves in terms of providing the skill, providing the infrastructure through one bio, or giving the utmost importance to the next generation students in terms of providing and instituting a life sciences university, a school. The basic objective of this school is to have the courses, the people who are interested in the life sciences, and at the same time, the company professionals or the executives who need reskilling and upskilling. And this life sciences school shall be useful for them. And the innovation really takes place at their level. This is what we are trying to do. And point two said is, while we are trying to project this, the elders on the days, because their input is more important. How to translate our policy, our vision into action is into their hands. We are there only to facilitate, to give impetus to their thoughts. So this is our vision to make our Telangana to lead the next wave in terms of the life sciences innovation.
Thank you, sir. I think you have kind of mentioned about the talent pool creation, which is going to continuously contribute as we embark on this strong journey of innovation, and at the same time continuously evolve the different paradigms. So let me then shift to, I think we are looking at three focus areas which would help strategically plan the entire vision for 2047 and upping the innovation to the next level. The first would be on the volume to value, because it's often believed that India is third in terms of pharmaceuticals in terms of volume, but we are somewhere around the 13th or the 14th in terms of value. And it is believed that a significant contribution to value would come from these complex products, sterile injectables, and then we are looking into the new therapies. So there is clearly a wave that we witness in terms of strategic positioning into the complex areas. So with a focus on volume to value, let me first request Dr. Satyanarayana Chava. So India's API competitiveness, in fact we have mentioned this in some of the meetings earlier that I have personally heard, is shifting from a cost advantage to an innovation advantage. What are the capabilities that the Genome Valley and ecosystem should build to support specialty APIs, fermentation-driven products, and also complex biologics? And we know that Laurus has been making a foray into some of this very complex product development. I would love to hear some of your thoughts on this.
In the current industry environment, there is a significant need to invest in innovation and also manufacturing. India needs both. We are not a service-based economy, not yet. So we need manufacturing. To get the competitive advantage, we need to overlap innovation and manufacturing. The bigger the overlap, the bigger the success. To do that, we have to create some centers of excellence. For example, which you are heading, Center of Excellence for Flow Chemistry. India has to demonstrate its capabilities. And India has done significant contribution to many areas. For example, as everybody is aware, Hyderabad is a capital of vaccines. So, Hyderabad-based companies also supply 75% of the world HIV drugs. So that is also a big contribution made. They also made the HIV treatment more affordable. In 2010, HIV treatment used to cost $350 per year per patient. Today, you can remove 1 zero. So it is not even $35 per year per treatment for an HIV patient in the emerging world. Actually, it is $30. That means it is one bottle of treatment. Fortunately, in the earlier days was dominated by chemistry. But the understanding of biology is so much right now I think people are focusing more onto biology. If you look at the nature is more powerful than all of us. So the way you understand biology can define the future of healthcare industry, in my opinion. Enzymes, fermentation, cell therapy, gene therapy, drug conjugates, all these will define the emergence of especially Hyderabad in this. See, India is known as a reverse engineering pharmaceutical industry.
What are your thoughts on how this
China
state
is also
opening up
did that,
corporates to
but
come-
China is not a fast follower. They became a fast innovators now. So one third of the drugs discovered in the global scenario comes from China. So we have to see how quickly we can become from fast followers to fast innovators. That means we have to invest in basic education also.
Yes, sir.
See, in the Western world, a
Thanks
lot of
for,
basic research,
giving me-
science is nurtured in the universities. It is lacking here. My request to minister is invest very heavily into universities. Universities will create the future of the country. As you mentioned very appropriately, creating a university for life sciences, healthcare industry is one good step towards that. As a company, we also invested in cell culture. We invested in startups. So the culture of investing in startup is also increasing. In the last year, I heard there were 2,000 startups in biology. So that is an indication the number of companies will come up, number of new molecules will come up. As minister is requesting in his every meeting, when India will become, Hyderabad will create $1 billion new drug. I think, in my opinion, it is not going to happen in small molecules. It is going to happen in a large molecules. I think that is the kind of talent Genome Valley is also creating. And Genome Valley is celebrating 25th year this year. In the 25 years, Genome Valley has grown 25 times. I can tell you very clearly. So we celebrate. We were in Genome Valley for the last 20 years, and the growth we have seen in Genome Valley is remarkable. That was because of the good governments and also good governance and also the availability of talent within this region attracted so many people. As minister said, we have 30,000 scientists in Genome Valley. You name any company in India, they have a R&D there. You name most of the global companies have also presence there. So, in my opinion, the new modalities like flow chemistry, biocatalysis, fermentation, cell and gene therapy, India can put, and Hyderabad especially, can take lead in these modalities. Instead of following, we can have the ability to lead. That means if you have to lead, you have to choose the recent advances in science. We can't take the very old chemistry and try to do that. So if companies focus on cell therapy, gene therapy, drug conjugates, biology, flow chemistry, I'm sure Hyderabad companies and companies based out of Genome Valley can lead the space.
It's truly, I think, creating strategic leadership and impact. Laura's involvement in trying to bring together CAR-T at a both accessible and affordable via ImmunoAct. And these are something which is kind of inspiring, not just for Telangana, but for the entire country as well. Let me shift to Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy and continuing the discussion on volume to value transition. While retaining the dominance on volumes, I think it's very important to create high impact innovation at scale. Aurobindo has made strong moves in injectables, biosimilars, and specialty products. What strategic advantages does Telangana offer for scaling these value-oriented verticals?
Over the past few years, Aurobindo invested in substantial investment in injectables, biosimilars, peptides, hormones, and some complex molecules. These are all required lot of money to invest on these products. Where we required is the strong ecosystem. Without that, I don't think we can achieve the results. Telangana provides exactly that. If you take three areas of importance for this ecosystem, is one of that is that infrastructure. The infrastructure is exceptional in Telangana. Genome Valley, Medical Device Park, existing mega parks, future more number of industrial parks like Genome Valley will give entire value chain from discovery to process development, process optimization, commercial, and then in the large scale way it can help. These are all can happen only when there is a good environment in the ecosystem, especially like the utilities, especially what you can call it as power. Quality power must be there for the industry, and the land availability, and then skilled manpower. All these things, it will help to industry to go for this type of development. The second important concern is the talent pool. Talent pool in Telangana is unmatchable in India. The institutes like drills, CCMB, IACT, NIPER, and there are pharmacy colleges, biotech schools. These are all continuously generating lot of professionals in the line of this regulatory, this analytical experts, then microbiologists. This is that what these institutes are doing to help this ecosystem make sure that we are all successful. The third point is government partnership. It has been a real differentiate. This environment approvals, the product approvals, these are all will go for that quickly can scale up and go into the commercial. These are also help. These are the three areas where I feel there is a lot of the dependency on this particular Telangana on this subject.
Thank you, Dr. Madhamohan Reddy. If we were to look at specific areas from the context of 2047, which one do you think would require a greater priority, and also we need to improve the ecosystem? Long-acting injectables, peptide therapeutics, or in general the complex generics?
Before that, actually here today, if you want to sustain this, especially today regulations, I think everyone might be seeing, day by day the expectations are going up like anything. Thanks to technology and then regulators, the way they are working on this, their expectations are becoming very, very stringent. If you want to meet those expectations, especially I feel there are 4 areas where we should be able to concentrate. One is Center of Excellence for Quality Systems. For this we need facilities to provide GMP experiences and stimulation for aseptic behaviors and media fields, smoke studies. These are all require some type of stimulation studies for the students before joining with the industry. It will help industry to meet those requirements, whatever that regulators are expecting. Probably this will help us to quickly can apply at the shop floor. The other one is that collaboration with the regulatory science platform, where we need to have, government has to create a hub for this type of meetings, academic and industry and regulators all together, to make sure that we have workshops, mock audits, mock inspections, scientific advice forms, and ICH harmonized training programs must happen. That is where at least we can have strengthened this, particularly on this expectation of the regulators. The third point is rightly said by Sridhar Babu garu about digital quality transformation is also very important for the industry. Quickly we need to go into EBMRs, MIS and LIMS and whatever is possible in the industry, try to convert into a digital where we can minimize the risk. At least we can have a better compliance, and also the partners who is going to work with us, they will be happy with this type of systems where we have. It is going to be an advantage for the industry to move forward. The fourth one is that, what is that workforce development? Even though there are people are working at the shop floors, always we need to continuously, we need to work towards that improvement of their skill. We should be able to have a lot of regulatory meetings, training programs. This is that what industry has to spend a lot of money on this to make sure that on the compliance part.
Thank you for your valuable insight. I think these are very important areas to consider as we kind of strengthen the ecosystem creation. Let me quickly have your views. Granules is synonymous to, first in line defense kind of in the healthcare. You have produced a lot of high volume products, and we now see that you are transitioning into more complex products. I mean, you have shown leadership in integrated, the end-to-end kind of a pharma business. There are some news that you are also going to step into peptides and peptide CDMO. We'd like to have your views. Is this a conscious transition from volume-based to high-value and niche areas?
Hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Srinivas Garu, and good morning to everybody on the panel and Sridhar Reddy Babu Garu. First of all, I just like to say that I resonate with everything Satyanarayana Garu and Madan Mohan Reddy Garu said about innovation and moving from high volume to high value. But from my perspective, one thing that I definitely want to emphasize is how much ever high value products you get into, I think it's very important for companies to focus on the basic essentials. And value can be defined in very many ways. Even a simple product that a patient needs on a day-to-day basis, if made in a very different way, can be, in a very innovative way, can be made very cost efficient. And that in itself can create a lot of tangible and intangible value for a country like India and for a state like Telangana. Today, even though Telangana and India were known for high volume products and now moving to high value innovative products, the basics of those products, the KSMs, the APIs, etc., a lot of them are still imported from China. And that is something I personally think we should focus on in a very different way. I'm not saying just cost, but make them in a sustainable manner. So in my opinion, while we and even Granules focuses on more value-added products and also on more innovation-led products, our innovation and our request to the government is to support companies like us in a way where, say, green technologies, say continuous improvement processes, energy saving route processes are all provided grants for, provided subsidies for, or encouraged. And I think that would provide some sort of a strategic national infrastructure that Telangana should be proud of. And doing that will put us ahead of many other countries in the world.
Thank you. I think you kind of alluded to what would also follow, to have a quick view on building the greener and more sustainable ecosystem for the infrastructure. Dr. Anand Kumar, your perspective would be very important because we are a volume-driven vaccine player, but there appear to be important areas like vector-based vaccines, mRNA-based platforms, and also looking at recombinant subunit constructs. How is ILL, Indian Immunologicals, navigating through this transition to more complex areas, and how do you think the ecosystem can gear up to support a kind of a leadership position again in this high technology, high intensive areas?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for this question. We are very fortunate to be living in a developing country like India, where whether it be an animal vaccine or a human vaccine, majority of the procurement is done by the government. So this value should not be purely considered in monetary terms. It should be based on the impact that a product creates. So in India, because government procures majority of the vaccines and provides free to our citizens, still it will be affordability will be a very, very important parameter. And in terms of how the vaccine world has changed post-COVID, I mean, if you see the number of pharmaceutical companies in Hyderabad or probably in India, there are several thousands. But if you see the number of vaccine companies in India who are seriously into business, there are only 8 companies in India. And 2 main reasons why this is so is vaccine requires a lot of capital investment, and also the regulatory procedures for approval are also very, very long. So to sustain this, it requires a lot of investment also and also a lot of patience. Now, having said that, a lot of changes are happening, especially COVID gave an opportunity for many, many technologies which were just developed at the university levels but were always kept on the shelves. But COVID gave a great opportunity to bring them all, especially vaccines which used mRNA and also the adenoviral vector vaccines. See, we as an organization, I mean, we have been in Hyderabad since 1982. As a company which has made both animal and human vaccines, we are the single largest contributor to India achieving self-sufficiency in the field of vaccines. Now, what would be the future like? Now, with newer technologies and also newer mechanisms of delivery, this game is going to change. One is, there is a lot of emphasis on mRNA vaccines, which got introduced as a part of the COVID, which gives you tremendous speed to develop. And it also doesn't require huge capital investment. And so what this would do is it would allow many players to come into this space. And currently the mRNA vaccines are prohibitively expensive because of the technology at the present state. But as months and years come by, I'm sure, because there are now self-amplifying mRNA, which the dose required is 1/10 of what is required at the present moment. So that will significantly reduce the cost. And also now artificial intelligence is being used in vaccines in a big way. For example, artificial intelligence is used to select a vaccine antigen within a virus or bacteria which can give you a longer duration of immunity. See, duration of immunity, especially given our population of 1.4 billion, it's not feasible or practical to bring people into the clinics for vaccination very often. So the vaccines developed for the future should be something where you administer once and the frequency should be very, very minimal. So that is another area which currently companies, including ours, are working on using AI to detect and select antigens which can give a longer duration of immunity. Then third thing is, even for a particular virus, several regions have different strains and serotypes. So it's a supply chain nightmare to make country-specific vaccines for a particular virus. So now attempts are being made where we can create a vaccine with a broader, like a broad spectrum antibiotic, also a broader vaccine which can cover many, many strains which are prevalent in other geographies. Fourth one is, there's a new area. I mean, every time we know about a vaccine, we always think about it as an injectable. But then now many, many oral and intranasal vaccines also are being developed because this offers ease of administration, and also for our kind of population, it's very easy to administer many thousands in one go. So we actually, during the COVID time, along with Griffith University, developed intranasal vaccine for COVID-19, which was very successful. But because it was a live attenuated vaccine, it had to go through a long regulatory grind, and that's why we couldn't make it available at that time. Another thing is delivery. Now, vaccines we always think as an injectable. Now there are many technologies which are being developed in the form of patches.
My
So
appeal
especially for children,
to all the citizens
the needle
of the
is
state and
a
also
very
the country
painful thing, and also the
visiting the
needle uses a lot of
places
plastic.
If you
So
take
now
in
microarray
Europe
patches are all
and
being
advanced
developed,
countries,
which
they
help in
spend at least
delivery. So
2
we also
days,
are developing patches
2
for
days
measles
they
rubella
go to
vaccine.
visit
Also,
places,
we
2
are
days they
trying
spend
out
for
for the
tourism.
hepatitis B vaccine.
Whereas in
Another
our
thing is about
places,
thermostability.
normally,
Maintaining a cold chain, also supplying vaccines through the cold chain is a very, very expensive affair. So quite a lot of effort is also going on trying to make vaccines which are much more thermostable. So these are all areas which we are developing, and of course in India or in any developing country, while you address the science part, always you should make in mind that it has to be accessible and also affordable. And we have been here in Hyderabad, our first manufacturing plant started in 1982 in Gachibowli. And later we also have 2 plants now in the Genome Valley Biotech Park. The first one started in 2012. And now we are establishing another plant spending about 700 crores, which will be mainly for animal vaccines, for both for India and also for outside.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Kumar. Just wanted to kind of transition into, there is another big expectation in terms of sustainability, digital integration, because all these are becoming expectations from the global regulatory agencies. On one side, we are navigating foray into complex products and complex by technology. In the context of Indian immunologicals, how are you kind of transitioning the manufacturing into a more sustainable manufacturing? Your quick views on that would be very helpful.
So we are a very socially conscious organization. We have tried to balance as much as possible between profits and social good. We have caught on to this One Health concept many decades ago. Today One Health is being widely talked about, but IL has been doing this One Health because we are making both animal and human vaccines, and we significantly contribute to the health of both. The third element in all this is the environment. See, any manufacturing activity will cause some amount of harm to the environment that we live in. So it's all about how do we minimize that so that we leave this planet in a state where our future generation can live in a very, very happy manner. So we at IL have undertaken many initiatives which will reduce our dependence on fossil fuel. For example, earlier days we used to use high-speed diesel for all our generators and boilers, but now significantly for our boilers we switched over to natural gases and LPG or CNG. Similarly, we have solar installations wherever possible. And all our manufacturing plants are zero liquid discharge. That means we don't leave anything into the open. So we recycle and reuse nearly 30 to 35% of the water in our manufacturing plants in such a manner that our consumption also is significantly reduced, because you have to be very, very cautious about the power and water utilization. Plus, we have automated a lot of our manufacturing in such a manner that we can make more and more by using very less resources. So automation did give about 20 to 25% increase in yield. So thereby we are able to use very little resources. And also, like any other organization which is very, very active in the space of quality, all the systems that we implement ensures that all the waste is reduced to a significant level. So many, many objectives of this nature, and also as a part of our CSR activities, we significantly contribute in the space of providing biogas units to many, many households. So there also we address the environment aspects this way.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Kumar. In the remaining few minutes, maybe I'll try to request a quick view of Dr. Satyanarayana Chava. I know Laurus has always been a leader in absorbing new technologies, both at R&D to manufacturing. What kind of your thoughts on how we can, the ecosystem can support a transition into greener manufacturing, and also your thoughts on what policy would be kind of enabling this transition in a very effective way? Because at the end of the day, we'll have to balance sustainability and affordability together.
See, in my opinion, to become competitive in the small molecule manufacturing, I always feel use of flow chemistry, continuous manufacturing, and use of biocatalysis in the small molecule manufacturing. will put the country in the forefront. See, if you look at, everybody talks about sustainability. If you have to become a sustainable company and put a sustainable product, it has to be cheaper. It has to be cleaner. It has to be greener. It has to be safer. That means you have to make your processes cleaner, greener and safer and also cheaper. If you say, I am a sustainable company, sustainable product, but pay me 20% more, nobody is going to pay. So for you to become competitive, you have to embrace all these technologies, use biology wherever is feasible, use continuous manufacturing wherever is feasible. I think if you use these technologies, I think country will make good progress.
Moving on to Ms. Chigurupati. There is this transition of manufacturing to sustainability, and there is a lot about science-based targets initiative and looking into the carbon footprint, circularity. We know that Granules is making strategic moves in terms of, complying with these expectations. Can you please maybe highlight for all of us what is Granules doing and why?
And why? I think Dr. Tava just answered that. It's the need of the hour. But I think Granules has been one of the first companies that has declared its SBTi targets for net zero by 2050, which is very much in line with even Telangana's targets and the country's targets, and 42% reduction by 2030. Of carbon emissions. The second thing that we have done is we have also committed to a progressive shift to 100% renewable energy by 2032. We've also adopted a lot of green chemistry and, like Dr. Chava said, continuous processing, etc., into the most basic products and even the future value-added products that we are embarking upon right now. And on the G side of things, Pharma Patishala is one thing that we have really taken upon ourselves, and it's actually something that Chairman, it's very close to Chairman's heart, that will actually enable skill development to do all these things going forward. So in Pharma Patishala, we essentially hire rural children from rural areas, 16 to 17-year-old boys and girls. We educate them, we teach them industry-specific skills, then we give them employment in our company for 3 years and a diploma while all their costs are taken care of. So I think all these put together are a part of sustainability targets, ESG ratings, as you can imagine. And Granules has been amongst, we just got an EcoVadis rating about 6 months back, where we're in the 95th percentile and we have a gold rating, which only the top 5% of companies in the world have. So this is one area of focus that we have as a company. And I think it's very important for every company to adopt this.
I think you have made a very important point, because when we look into the adherence to Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions, we're also trying to look at creation of an entire ecosystem and backward integration so that this becomes a preferred destination hub for all the global players. So a quick view, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy, on how Aurobindo is really taking this transition forward and the leadership from, especially when we look at energy compliance and looking at the adoption of the greener practices. You have obviously taken by the entire fermentation game into the next level. Some insights along this context.
By 2047, sustainability will be the regulatory requirement, not a choice. All industry thinking to not only, there are two ways industry always work on that. One is for the benefit of the industry, other is that for the nature of that, whatever that sustainability requirement. As per Aurobindo concern, last couple of years, we are spending a lot of time and energy on certain parameters where we are going, majority of the products we are working on the enzymatic routes, and we are also working especially the manufacturing. We are working on the continuous manufacturing so that we can minimize that wastages. Like I can give the example of that one of the product, like 6-APA. that is penicillin G2 API is the one process. Before we used to do is a chemical reaction. Now it is an enzymatic reaction where water is the only one requirement. There is no any chemical involved in this. Enzyme and then water is the requirement. So today what Dr. Satyanarayana said rightly, China, they are all working on this purely, every product they are working towards that enzymatic routes. The reason is we can minimize this, all these solvents, all these chemicals. So every company is working in the direction. And also on the energy part, if you go and then see today, we are all working towards this solar systems where we are spending a lot of money on this, especially power is the second highest cost in our manufacturing after this raw materials. The utility cost is the highest cost in our manufacturing. Next is the manpower cost is the major. These three, effectively if you work, I think any industry will go in a very profitable way, you can see. Today, all organizations, they are constantly working on the AI technologies and then all automations, especially in the manufacturing area. So each and every portion we are making, it is not like that our objective is reducing manpower. How qualitatively you can deliver the product is the catch. If you don't have this, I don't think we can win this, and then we will be there in this, especially in the pharmaceutical business.
Thank you, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy. I think we have got some really important insights, and if I look back into the Genome Valley, it's about having the right DNA and having the right building blocks which will code for the right RNA and eventually the protein. Before we conclude, we've also got some very important aspects of what would be the desirable policy-based recommendations and infrastructure creation. Sir, I would like to request, before we conclude, what message would you like to give to the global innovators as well as investors to consider Telangana as a long-term life sciences destination?
Yes, thanks for all the input given by the industry leaders over here. And in fact, all the global leaders and the leaders from India who are all here. And everybody knows over a period of time, Hyderabad and the state of Telangana has become the vaccine capital. I can't say thanks to COVID, but it is exhibited. When world required us, you all people were there, and Telangana proved its mettle. Thanks to everybody over here. And secondly, over the past 2 years, when we set the process of our governance, and our Chief Minister and our government, has reflected to the industry partners that all the policy initiatives by the earlier governments will be forwarded or pushed forward. And over the past 30 years, if you have seen, the industry ecosystem over here has proven that even though different ideological, political leaders exist on governance, our perspective, our focus will be to develop the industry and to see that the fruits of this industry will be shared among our people. And that's how, these 2 years too, we were very keen to enhance the policy initiatives, which shall be globally competitive, and we will rise to the global standards of our policy making. And this is how, the great excellent team what we have in the government, we could able to really get about 63,000 crores in just 2 years as investment from different global partners. And thanks to all the industry partners who have trust in us, who have accepted the leadership over here, and who would like to take the advantage of the ecosystem which is available over here. And everybody knows this, Hyderabad and this state of Telangana is home to 8 of the world's 10 pharma companies. And about 2,000 life sciences firms. I wish to I wish to tell you that it's the firms all put together value about $100 billion over here. So my message to the prospective investor over here, whatever the great leaders on the days or off the days who you interact over a period of this day will reflect what is the great ecosystem available over here, what is the potential available over here, and what the nuances of the government is taking. And secondly, to mention, as to reacting to the industry leaders here on the days, when Satyagaru was mentioning about universities. So we are specifically trying to focus on the areas of the domain expertise universities and also the general universities, the common universities. And we have come up to all the people over here, the new initiative which our government has taken is to come up with a Young India Skills University to impart skills, only specifically to skills which are required by the industry. When we found that there is a gap between academia and the industry, so the gap has to be filled. How do we fill it? The classic example is when we have come up with the life sciences university, the skills university, and I would like to mention, it is totally industry driven. The industry captain like Anand Mahindra is the chairman. Government as such only facilitates the running and the governance of the university. And many industry partners, the captains have come to share the burden of teaching and training the students who come over there. And in terms of the life sciences and the pharma, I would like to mention when we have floated this initially, the first taker was Mr. Satish Reddy of Reddy Pharma, Reddy Labs. 2 batches have come out, and those people who are skilled only specifics to the life sciences, they have been attracted by mostly by the Dr. Reddy Labs, which is a win-win situation for them because they will be ready on the job, ready for the job on the day one. Likewise, we have sectoral training in this life sciences university, in this skill university. So when our director was mentioning about to float a life sciences specific domain expertise university, we jumped into the idea, and skilling as such is a most important criteria for us, for our government too. And that's how we have come up with the life sciences university. So I wish to mention before all the global investors over here that please come and join us to build the world-class life sciences system. Telangana is a place where you should be there. With, all the people were just telling that we have the world-class infrastructure. And I'm not, selfish to say we have very, very proactive policy environment over here. And thanks to all young students and young employees who have the high quality talent here. And the spirit of the deep scientific capability is here in Hyderabad. And strong regulatory equipment is placed in Hyderabad. So these are all important aspects. When you come and partner with us, we will try to provide you all with us. We always see the global companies as a partner would be shaping their future and also they're shaping our state future. We would love to come see not just as an investors. Please come and share our journey. Share the dream what we have for 2047. And the vision of 2047 that looks ahead. We will definitely share the vision what we have interacted with the industry leaders, and we are coming up with a policy perspective. Sir, while taking the account of, all the elders of the days who have been specifically mentioning about few things, when they've been mentioning about the frontier biology, about the flow chemistry or the biologics, or the gene therapy or synthetic biology. We are working absolutely, whatever the input what they have given is absolutely necessary to build that sort of a systems. Almost all the systems are in place. We will try to enhance and value add for it. And when Madan Mohan Reddy garu was mentioning about the quality power, we know that the power is most important raw material for the pharma and the life sciences industry. And that is the reason after such a long time, if you have seen, we have come up with a new energy policy. This new energy policy will help industries to grow, will help industries to have access for the open access or to build their own systems of the energy building. We are also keenly stressing our point in building the green energy systems, and that's how the new energy policy is focusing on PSPs. Our new energy policy is focusing on the solar power, and new energy policies are mentioning about the power banking too. So these are the few key advantages what you have been mentioning about, sir, you are mentioning about the regulatory framework, how it should be. The regulatory framework as such, in all the 5 clusters, because I had been to Basel also. I've been trying to know the systems over there in the Basel too. The regulatory framework over there is too stringent because it is concerned about healthcare. As everybody is very conscious, all the industry leaders are also very conscious about the healthcare. So, in terms, what Mr. Madan Mohan Reddy are mentioning is to have a constant interaction between the industry and also with the regulatory framework holders and also with the policy makers. So, we would like to come up with an idea of having a regulatory flow auditors meeting with industry along with our policy makers, including me and my team. Every 6 months we will love to have that. This is the new initiative right now we are mentioning from here. And in terms of, quality power or the land availability or the talent power, I always take pride in my, talent pool and all. What Priyaji was mentioning about the green technologies, we are here for it. And what Anand Kumar was mentioning about the affordability, how you create, we take the conscious of it. Ultimately, I would like to tell to all the global investors over here and the partners who have sailed with us for over the past 30 to 40 years. Our mention is from pharma pillar. We have to grow as India's pharma's engine, where we will become the world's advanced sustainable manufacturing here. That is our future vision. And in terms of medtech, where the convergence of our pharma with the technology, because we are technology driven state, we would love to see that, the domain expertise like the med field, the bio field, converges with the tech and becomes from the vaccine leadership to the global epicenter for frontier technology centers in biologics and the therapy. And third thing what we are mentioning, Anandji, is a medtech pillar, where we would like to focus from India's integrated medtech hub into a global hub for intelligent device and the procreation center. We would like to come up as a pillar for that, and absolutely what the need of our is the innovation center. We would like to powerhouse this Hyderabad as a global innovation center for tomorrow, from hosting the world's top 10 pharma and also the major vaccine companies, and becoming the global command circle of innovation. This is our vision in 2047, the vision document which will be released by our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy. And with this hope, I could able to convince most of the global players to come and part and be parcel of our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a truly inspiring, sharing your vision for a very strategic and all the moves. And it was really a privilege to listen to some very important inputs that would become essential elements as we progress from today to 2047 in realizing the vision. On that note, I think it was a privilege to be part of the panel, and I thank all the panelists, esteemed members, and Honorable Minister for their valuable time.
Thank you so much, Minister Garu. Thank you, Dr. Srinivas Garu, and all our panelists for such a thoughtful and a forward-looking discussion. Before we conclude, I request Honorable Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists. We'll start with Dr. Chava, Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, Chairman, CEO, Laurus Labs. I request Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, Chairman, CEO, Laurus Labs. Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy, Director, Aurobindo Pharma. Dr. Anand Kumar, Managing Director.
థ్యాంక్ యూ గౌతమ్ గారు. ఈరోజు ఈ 4 హాళ్లలో జరిగే సెషన్స్ యొక్క వివరాలు అందించారు శ్రీ గౌతమ్ ఐఏఎస్ గారు. వాటిని డిఫరెంట్ ఫీల్డ్స్ నుంచి వచ్చిన ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్, గెస్ట్, డిగ్నిటరీస్ ప్రతి సెషన్లో కూడా మనస వాచ కర్మణ పాల్గొని
తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో వివిధ జిల్లాల కలెక్టర్ కార్యాలయాలలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణ కార్యక్రమాన్ని భారత్ ఫ్యూచర్ సిటీ, తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ వేదికగా ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, సహచర మంత్రివర్గ సభ్యులు, పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు, శాసన మండలి సభ్యులు, శాసనసభ్యులు, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టిన పారిశ్రామికవేత్తల సమక్షంలో కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వ అధికారుల సమక్షంలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణ ఈ కార్యక్రమం జరుపుకోవడం ఎంతో సంతోషం, ఒక శుభ పరిణామం. ఇక్కడున్న మిత్రులకు, దేశ ప్రజలందరికీ తెలుసు, డిసెంబర్ 9, 2009 నాడు యూపీఏ చైర్పర్సన్ శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారి నేతృత్వంలో ఆనాటి భారత ప్రధానమంత్రి డాక్టర్ మన్మోహన్ సింగ్ గారు
climate resilient but also reflect dignity and community. We begin with our distinguished speakers who bring in their deep experience across sustainability, environmental planning and social infrastructure.
Depth. So may I request Ms. Kranti to present the mementos. These are also a special mementos, the Cheriyala artwork and the Pochampalli shawls. Please put your hands together for all the speakers for giving us the insight on the heritage, creativity and the sustainable planning coming together to shape the vibrant destinations. Thank you so much to Jupalli Krishnarao Garu and also Srimati Surekha Garu. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next session will start immediately. The shawls are having the geographical indicators with them
Special.
that shows that they've been directly from the
I'd request Mr. Gautam Garu, Special Secretary Housing, to please join us on the dais. And now let me welcome our distinguished panelists who are here to join us in the summit in the panel discussion this morning. We'll start with Mr. Vasudevan Suresh Garu, former CMD, HUDCO. Mr. Vasudevan has served in HUDCO in various capacities for 23 plus years and has become the CMD of the HUDCO, during which HUDCO registered all-round growth in housing, infrastructure development and finances with techno-financial assistance and many others, retail finances as well. Let's welcome Mr. Vasudevan Suresh Garu on stage. May we have on stage Mr. Abhijit Shankar Ray, Senior Urban Specialist, World Bank. Mr. Abhijit Shankar Ray is a Senior Urban Development Specialist based out of World Bank's office in New Delhi, bringing 20 years of experience of working in the urban sector in and Southeast Asia. Very warm welcome to you, sir. May we also have on stage Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dean and Professor of SPA, Delhi. Professor Dr. P.S.N. Rao is a very well-known urban planning, housing and real estate expert of India with 38 years of experience. Welcome, sir. May we also have on stage Mr. G. Rami Reddy Garu, President-elect CREDAI National. Mr. Rami Reddy Garu is an entrepreneur, philanthropist and current CMD of ARK Group. As a leader in his organization, the industry and community, he stands tall with an illustrious career of 34 plus years. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Nandakishore Garu, MD, Ramke Estates and Farms Limited. A very warm welcome to Mr. Nandakishore Garu, MD, Ramke Estates and Farms Limited. May we also invite Mr. Ajitesh Garu, founder of ASBL. Mr. Ajitesh Korupolu, founder of ASBL. And now may I invite the moderator of this panel discussion this morning, Mr. Preetham Mehra, Senior Executive Director and Head, Government Practice, CBRE, India. Let me welcome Mr. Preetham Mehra, who is going to moderate this panel discussion this morning. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to everybody in the hall. It is my pleasure and privilege to have such a distinguished panel along with the Honorable Minister for the Housing Department for the state of Telangana. So thank you so much for taking the time and being with us. It's also a pleasure to have Mr. Gautam, Special Secretary Housing, Government of Telangana on the dais with us. And of course, you already heard the profile of the panel speakers on stage. It has been a pleasure for us to have all of them here. A lot of them have flown down to Hyderabad to attend this specific event and to be part of this distinguished panel. Before we start the panel discussion, it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister to share a few words and his vision for the Housing Department for the state of Telangana.
Good afternoon to all. It is a great privilege to address this important session on affordable housing policy for urban future, Telangana Model 2047. As part of the Telangana Rising 2047 Global Summit, today's discussion is the Art of Telangana Vision 2047 as prosperous, inclusive and human society where every family, regardless of income or background, has a safe, secure and dignified home. Historically, Telangana has always contributed for provision of housing towards all sections in the state, with our government constructing over 42 lakhs houses under old Indiramma scheme and now another 3.5 lakhs houses in progress under new Indiramma Illu scheme. Housing Board and Rajiv Swagraha have also contributed to over 1 lakh middle income houses. However, there is a huge gap between demand and supply. So, time has come to move beyond individual schemes and to formulate a comprehensive affordable housing policy that can guide our action till 2047. We are therefore working towards a Telangana Model 2047 where we aim to have a affordable housing policy with specific focus on needs in urban areas that will be balanced, financially visible, viable, socially inclusive, environmental responsible, technology driven, etc. The Telangana Affordable Housing Policy will be in line with the Telangana Rising 2047 vision with focuses on three major areas. Telangana core urban region focusing on some slums redevelopment, brownfield redevelopment, mixed housing, rental housing. In the peri-urban region focusing on satellite, greenfield townships, integrated housing colonies with walk-to-work housing, with strong in rest of the state region, focusing on development of small and medium townships, rental and worker housing, integrated with the industrial parks, logistic hubs and emerging economic corridors. Our esteemed panel will help us answer three very questions in this regard. What must the government of Telangana do differently? What can financial institutions to do increase affordable housing finances? What commitment can private sector make to for promoting affordable housing? Friends, we are committed to taking the outcomes of the discussions behind this room into policy notifications, operational guidelines, model projects and budgetary decisions. Telangana has the vision, the institutional base and the economic strength to become a national and global example of inclusive urbanization. With your ideas and partnership, I am confident that the Telangana model of affordable housing 2047 will not only serve our state, but also offer learning and inspiration for affordable housing development. On that note, I once again welcome all of you to this session. Thank you for your presence and look forward to a rich and efficient decisions. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Pleasant.
Honorable Minister, sir, thank you so very much for your kind and encouraging words. We all are excited about the prospects for housing in the state, and with your leadership, we are very confident that Telangana will reach newer heights, particularly in the affordable housing segment. Thank you so much once again, sir. With this, we'll start the panel discussion, and as you are already aware, the panel consists of members from various facets of the housing sector. We are privileged to have the Dean of the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, which is the premier most institute in India for housing and development. Dr. Rao, if I could direct the first question to you, sir. What are the opportunities and market gaps with regard to housing for all? This has been a topic which has been going on for many, many years. What do you think are the market opportunities and gaps and at an India level and more specifically at the Telangana level, sir?
Certainly. I think this is a very topical...
Sir, the mic can be a little closer to you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister, with your kind permission. I think this is a very, very important and topical subject that has been chosen for discussion today. Housing, as we all know, has a lot of forward and backward linkages. So any investments that are made in the housing sector actually lead to greater economic opportunities in as many as about 230 or 240 odd industries, both forward linkages and backward linkages. So investments in housing would mean investments in a wide variety of other areas where there's a lot of employment opportunities that are going to be given to our people. Because without employment, there's no money, and without money, there's no housing. Let's remember that. You have to have money if you want to buy a house, whether you are a very rich person or not so very rich person. Some amount of money is always required, and if you don't have that, of course, there are financial institutions and there are others who can always chip in and give you some loans and so on and so forth. The opportunity for the market, for the industry, I presume is what you are asking. Yes, there is a huge housing shortage in this country. We are only about 40% urban. The last time we had a census was quite some time ago. But while we are waiting for the next census, we presume that we are about 40% urban. So we still have a large number of people living in the rural areas, and we still have a lot of people who want to migrate into the urban areas because of the employment opportunities, which means that whatever is the urban housing shortage, which is in several millions, is only going to increase in the times to come, which means that the opportunity is humongous. There are some estimates that as of the year 2022, the urban housing shortage, the total housing shortage in Telangana is about 2.8 million, out of which a major chunk actually happens to be in the urban areas and a very small percentage in the rural areas. This is obviously going to increase in the times to come when more people from the rural areas will come to the urban areas. Now, market opportunity, the government is already doing its bit. You have the Indiramma Housing Scheme, you have the Andhra Pradesh Housing Board, you have the AP Housing Corporation Limited. They are doing a fairly good job. You have the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Urban and Shahri and Gramin. Some funds are coming from there, some funds are coming from the HUDCO as well. But is that enough? That is clearly not enough, because we still have a large number of people living in the slum areas. which are in not just Hyderabad, but several other urban centers in the state of Telangana. So, what do we do with them? There is a huge corporate sector, real estate developers. We have members from the CREDAI also here with us. And real estate developers are providing a lot of housing in the urban areas. But this housing is, of course, for the upper and middle income segment. Can they also downmarket their products? Can they also provide for the lower income population who cannot afford maybe a 3-bedroomed house, but can perhaps afford a 1-bedroomed house, maybe something costing 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs. Why cannot they provide for it? Unfortunately, in our country, there is also a luxury housing demand. So developers, obviously, they are in here for making money. So they are catering to the luxury housing demand, which perhaps is now more or less getting saturated. If you look at the inventory overhang, if you look at the vacant housing, there are figures where luxury housing is more or less now saturated. So if developers want to remain in the business, then I think you better start building small, get into the one-room segment. I'll not use the word affordable, I'll not use the word low income, because we don't want to go the nano way. So I need only a one-room house. I could be a rich man, I could be a poor man, whatever. So you have products which are of a wide variety, wide range, wide ticket size, costing from 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 40 lakh, going up to 2 crore and 3 crore. And whoever wants to buy whatever, they can come and buy. So there is a huge unmet demand, and there is a market opportunity here. And real estate developers, many of them are coming and buying. There are, of course, you all know as developers, there are incentives that are being provided both by the central government and the state government. Income tax concessions are there, stamp duty concessions are there. Almost all state governments now have affordable housing policies. I think Telangana one is on the anvil. I think we can actually learn from the other states' examples, and we can maybe make out a better one. So I think there is a great opportunity, and the opportunity is actually in the numbers. So build more, and probably the very big developers may not want to come in, but there will certainly be a segment of developers who would want to build the one-room units, sure, and provide them at a much reasonable price. So I am quite upbeat on
sure,
this
sir.
particular segment of the market.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next question, Mr. Gautam.
So, thank you, Professor Rao, for your comments. So, we have amidst us a very august audience, including our Honorable Chairman of the Legislative Council, Shri Gutta Sukendra Reddy Garu, and Honorable Advisor to Government, Shri Sudarshan Reddy Garu. Thank you for joining us in this discussion, sir. We are proud to have you amidst here. Taking forward from what Professor Rao said, about the actual demand, I'd like to just pitch a couple of data points on that, because our state has taken a pretty comprehensive house-to-house survey of the housing demand, and with a good app called Indirama app, where we have gone house to house and captured the demand, including the present living conditions, including the what kind of a housing structure they are in, and also capturing their socio-economic factors. So we still have an unmet demand in urban areas, an unmet demand of 20.33 lakh in the LIG/EWS segment and 8.77 lakhs in the MIG segment. And yes, total of 28 lakhs, 8 lakhs in MIG and 20 lakhs in LIG/EWS. And in fact, these are not people who are completely dependent on government subsidy. Of course, EWS government will be, catering to, and this government is very, very committed as part of the Indirama Illu scheme. But, there is a lot of purchasing power, but the bracket of, the supply in that bracket is missing. That is what is reflecting in this demand. So I just want to place these facts before the panel. Sure. I request Preetham to take.
Sure, Mr. Gautam. Thank you so much for highlighting those statistics. So I'll quickly move on to the President-elect for CREDAI National, Mr. Ram Reddy. Sir, from the industry standpoint, you just heard the statistics shared by Mr. Gautam. He said there's a latent demand for about 28 lakh houses. So 8 lakh houses in the MIG segment and about 20 odd lakh houses in the LIG segment. How is the industry viewing this? How are you looking at this opportunity? How can you, as the leader in an industry body, motivate the private sector to participate in this opportunity, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Pritam. Sir, thank you so much for giving that figures. 28 lakhs, it's a surprise to us. I mean, the demand, what you're talking about it. Yes, CREDAI plays a role. I mean, across the state, we have 15 chapters. So every chapter have a big connection with the CREDAI Telangana state. So that housing demand today, you talk about especially middle class. So affordable housing, there is a definition of 45 lakh rupees is the cap, and 60 square meter in metros, and non-metro it is 90 square meters. This 45 lakhs cap was decided 8 years ago. So today in 45 lakhs you are not getting those affordable houses. The definition of affordable housing has to be redefined. So this we have been giving the representation from CREDAI National multiple times. Hopefully, I mean this time also we met the Honorable Finance Minister, then Housing Minister. Possibly this budget we are expecting that limit of affordable housing going to be increased. That is very much required, sir. I request the Honorable Minister from your side also has to push for this, sir. Otherwise, so the very basic affordability where we are getting the land prices have gone up, the construction costs gone up, everything has gone up. Inflation, you can see 8 years inflation, if you take every year, I mean 5 to 7% inflation is there. If you take that also, it comes to 75-80 lakh rupees. So this we have been continuously talking to the governments, but hopefully this time I think after talking to them we got some positive note and we are definitely going to have this. So affordable housing definition, then concessions has to be given. Even in the cities like Hyderabad, if you want to build an affordable housing, so land prices are so high. So getting affordable is very challenging, sir. So I request the government has to look into this and provide some lands to the developers on a PPP model so that developers will come forward and they will build so many affordable houses, then they will be having their own business models. So this will definitely will encourage the developers and it will become easy for you to also cater to so many ways, sir. So definitely yeah, thank you.
Good idea, na? Definitely will work out it that way also.
Thank you so much, thank you so much. Yesterday, Preetham was mentioning about the old, I mean, what do you call, all housing board houses were there. So,
example, Kukatpalli.
Kukatpalli housing, there's a prime area today.
Ground
so,
plus 3 present.
Yes, yeah, if you make it a PPP model, definitely it's going to give a big boost to the, I mean, this affordable housing, sir. Thank you so much.
Great. Mr. Ram Reddy, you stolen a couple of questions that I had, but it's good that we got a response from the Honorable Minister as well. I'll quickly move on to Abhijit from the World Bank. Abhijit, the Honorable Minister spoke about the financing opportunities and available of funding for the housing sector. How does World Bank come in and support state governments, the private sector, and ultimately the end users and buyers? How are you able to participate in this value chain? And if you can talk about some successful partnerships that you have managed both in India and outside India.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, I'd like to thank the government of Telangana for inviting us and for organizing this panel discussion. So from the World Bank Group's perspective, which includes both the World Bank, the IFC and MIGA, which is our private sector financing arm and guarantee arm respectively, we generally look at engaging with our government counterparts in 4 areas when it comes to housing. One is land, one is permissions, third is infrastructure, and fourth is financing. So you asked me very specifically about financing. Maybe I'll elaborate that a bit more than the others. But just to give you an example, because I think the President-elect of CREDAI, Mr. Ram Reddy, also mentioned this. So land is critical because it adds to the cost when the private sector needs to come in, right? And from land perspective, there are two things. So land costs near the core of the cities are high, like he was mentioning, and land cost away from the city in the suburbs. We heard about the ORR and the areas outside the ORR which would be developed are more affordable. So there it becomes important to ensure the connectivity to these locations, right? Brownfield redevelopment, yes, definitely looking at land parcels which are not giving the economic returns. You can look at reconstruction, you can look at PPPs like you mentioned. But for the affordable housing to be constructed for people who are going to work mostly in the peripheral areas, maybe linked to some industrial areas, etc. The second is permissions. So the second major cost comes usually in terms of both the planning permissions and the permissions for change in land use, right? And these are two areas which I think the government can come in. I know the government of Telangana has already done a lot in these two areas, but this is an area that we work with different state governments in India, specifically in Tamil Nadu, as well as other countries, in identifying the bottlenecks and finding the solutions. The third is in terms of the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is important. We have some housing projects in other countries where the component of infrastructure, so water supply, sewer, etc., connectivity through mass rapid transit systems is more than the actual house construction component, right? Because once you're able to provide service land at certain locations, the private sector will automatically come in, pick it up, and deliver what is required in terms of the supply. And the fourth is, of course, in terms of financing. So in financing, we, World Bank as well as other multilateral institutions, will look at both the demand side as well as the supply side. So recently in our engagement in Tamil Nadu, we had a $440 million engagement. There the government was keen to move away from being a provider to becoming more of an enabler. They were already enablers, but more of an enabler. And one of the things that was done was setting up of this shelter fund, which allows long-term tenor financing at market rates, but quite comparable to scheduled commercial banks, especially for developers who are interested to come into the affordable housing section, but probably don't have the credit profile to get attractive financing rates from financing institutions, commercial financing institutions. So this kind of a facility which was promoted by the government, was the equity of World Bank, ADB and the government of Tamil Nadu, has helped both rental housing as well as ownership housing. And since I mentioned rental housing, the Honorable Minister mentioned the 28 lakh, or rather Mr. Gautam, you mentioned the 28 lakh demand. So in terms of meeting the gap, I think it's important to look at rental housing as well as one of the options. The focus should not exclusively be on ownership housing. So let me just stop.
Yeah, so Abhijit, I had a specific question on rental housing. Maybe we'll come back to that topic in a few minutes. We also have another stalwart from the financing industry, the ex-CMD of HUDCO, sir. But sir, allow me a couple of minutes, I'll come back to you. Okay. The next question I want to direct to both the developers from Hyderabad, Mr. Nandakishore and Ajitesh. How are you both seeing Telangana and Hyderabad's residential housing market supply and demand situation, and what factors will play a critical role for the private sector to operate in all budget categories? We are seeing more and more developers playing in the upper middle income category, etc. How do we make sure that everyone participates in all budget categories?
First of all, thank you for having us here. At the outset, I would like to say the land prices being out of board in Hyderabad are being overplayed in my view. Actually, if you see, barring a couple of pockets, the land prices are not as exorbitant as they are made out to be. If you look at Kokapet, if it is 150 crores there, every kilometer you move away from there, the price drops by almost 6 to 7 crores per acre. And by the time you reach Patancheru, it would be around 20-25 crores per acre. And if you look at the FSI cost, I think it would still be within a decent range of say 1,000 rupees to 1,500 rupees a square feet, which is I think pretty much a fair expectation even if you compare with cities like Bangalore and other cities. But what is most important here is we have to understand what is affordability. Affordability, while the government has defined as a certain budget of 45 lakhs and all that, for me affordability is to be looked at from an individual household perspective. If a household is able to finance their EMI with 40% of its household income, then it is affordable to them. So that way you have to categorize the people into various brackets like EWS, LIG, MIG, HIG and all that. Now in the EWS category, I think come whatever, I think there have to be different models developed for that. And one of the biggest points what I would like to make here is that Hyderabad has got almost close to 2 million people in the slum areas, if Google is to be believed. Now 2 million people in the slum areas would roughly translate to around 4 to 5 lakh households. Now how do you do that? I think this is where we need to borrow the model of Mumbai. The model there has matured a lot, and I'm sure in most of this slum redevelopment, there will be many developers who would be more than happy to participate in this slum redevelopment, and I think we can adopt the Mumbai model here to do for that. And one of the prerequisites, of course, for this would be that government will have to ensure that there are other government lands which are made available so that developers can build transit camps. Where people can be temporarily located and then brought back once these developments are complete. And also there is another aspect that we also have to consider is that bulk of these home buyers, if we were to get into greenfield projects, if developers are to get into greenfield projects, bulk of these home buyers have a problem of credit availability. Housing finance companies will not be able to finance them. And I think that is where the government intervention becomes very important. They have to perhaps give some kind of a credit guarantee to cover the lender's risk. And I was talking to a developer in Mumbai almost 15 years ago who had done in Karjat, he had developed this affordable housing. One of the biggest problems he faced was that the people who bought homes were not able to pay the subsequent installments, and that puts a huge risk to the project as a whole. I think that is where the government can again intervene. Apart from that, what the government can also do is give the developers incentives. I would say more than the developers, I would say the home buyers incentives by way of stamp duty exemption, which is again a substantial cost. We don't have a separate. And of course, approvals, as everybody says, there has to be a separate body which will give approvals, whether it is an SRA development or whether it is a development of affordable housing. There has to be a separate body who has to do that, and it has to be a genuine single window system. I mean, it should be something which operates truly as a single window system. One of a easier solution would be where a government has huge land tracts outside on the periphery of the city, right? So what I suggest, sir, is that if we can identify large land parcels across the 4 corners of the city, the government can do the designing, concept development and master planning of those lands. All the government has to do, once they have done that, and create the trunk infrastructure also, so that the developers don't have to run for, taking approvals or permissions. All they have to do is that we can tell the developers, okay, you develop here this much of area, you get these concessions or benefits elsewhere in the city. So I think that is something like what we are seeing in Mumbai. That thing can also be adopted. So the developers, one of the reasons the developers are not coming forward is mainly because they cannot do the running around, they cannot focus their energies on developing low margin, low profit areas. And it will be unfair and impractical for us to expect that private capital will make sacrifices. So I think the government has to do those master planning and developments across all locations in the city, and the developers will be more than happy to come and participate.
Similar to this development what you said now, in which state it is going now?
Sir, I understand it is happening in Mumbai. They are doing in
that type of document and
in
everything,
Ahmedabad
we'll
also they have
give
done
to
something similar,
our
sir.
secretary. We'll
Yeah,
give to
I will definitely. Actually, I've been interacting with Mr. Gautam a lot, and we have a lot of conversations, and I can see there is a genuine interest to do something really good, and we'll be more than happy,
It's
sir.
really good. Definitely, this government is also thinking that way.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandakishore ji. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ajitesh, can you quickly come in and can I restrict your time to about 2 odd minutes, please?
Sure. See, first and foremost, to understand this entire landscape, right? Am I audible now? Yeah. See, from the government side, government has land reserves in the city, core city area, right? Some of them are greenfield, some of them are brownfield. Greenfield land parcels, government has to auction at, and we need to allow the market to realize its potential. By not doing that, essentially we are eating into the balance sheet of the government. So I think the main innovation can come around brownfield land ownership, or what we call slums. If something can happen around easily establishing ownership in the slums. Because see, as it is, if you look at the slums, we have maximum in FSI consumption of maybe 1.5. Whereas in the west of Hyderabad, we go up to 10 FSI. So the FSI is a very beautiful concept, which is one of the biggest reason why still things are affordable. Let me share one small data point. In the prime region of Hyderabad, at a macro scale, an average house costs per SFT around 8.5, 10,000 rupees, like let's say Gachibowli. In Bangalore, an equivalent sort of area, house costs 20,000 rupees, in Gurgaon it's 27,000. So Hyderabad is currently the most affordable city in the country. That's to start with. Why we are there? Fundamentally because of the high FSI regime. Now second thing, when many people say a lot of things with FSI, first of all, there is no unlimited FSI in Hyderabad. If your property is abutting a 40-feet road, you can only build 7 floors. If your property is abutting 4-lane road or 80-feet road, you can only build 15 floors. Only if your property is abutting a 6-lane road or an 8-lane road, you can build like multiple floors. And a big road can accommodate all of this traffic. And second thing, see, this has become a market force. So we need to make policies which become market force. So when it comes to affordable housing, we have to work on how, see, essentially the slum lands, whatever lands have gone for the slum, today are, in a way, are catering to the affordable demand in an unorganized manner. We are trying to make it organized. So the FSI advantage exists. We need to just work around the ownership things. There is no additional capital commitment for the government or for the private sector. Next, I do agree with one of the esteemed panelists that, yeah, I think housing for all, we need to focus more on the rental ownership, rental side, not on the ownership. Because the problem with ownership is it's going to cost a lot of money. Let's say somebody is earning 9 lakh rupees per year, right? And I'm taking a home loan of 25 to 27 lakhs. I'm going to spend half of my money just paying my EMI. I can't live with that. See, households which are earning less than probably 10 to 12 lakhs per annum, a good amount of expenditure will go towards healthcare and education. They should not be wasting money on the side. So a good rental housing scheme, if you bring in, where the cap rates fall anywhere around 7 to 8%, then you will have lot of demand. And also there are major global financial institutions like IFC Washington and ADB and these things who are giving fund exclusively for it. So capital is available. I think we just need to solve a little bit of the supply chain. Government side innovation lies around land ownership. As private sector, our role involves in on the supply chain side. So we need to invest in R&D to bring down the cost of construction. I think the future is going to head in the direction of precast. So we need economies of scale. I think we will be getting there.
Absolutely, Ajitesh. Thank you so much. We will come back to precast and other construction technologies as well, if time permits. But it's the right time to introduce Mr. Suresh, the former CMD of HUDCO. Sir, you heard all the panelists. Everybody is talking about finance and credit availability and rental housing, etc. With your vast experience, sir, how has HUDCO been an enabler for this entire sector, and what is going on? What are your suggestions and recommendations to improve the supply in the affordable housing category?
Thank you very much. Very nice to get the views, and more importantly, I'm happy to hear from the Honorable Minister a very clearly sequential type of housing approach in the core of the city, in the outer area, peripheral area, and small and medium town. Because the whole state housing is a very major one. And that's an area, it's the right approach, because
that really brings the right level of inputs, more so because the cost of land in those particular case, the third category will be much lower, which is also a point brought out by many people here. But what is interesting is that as far as HUDCO as a financial institution is concerned, not only during my time earlier, but even continuously the present team also, we have the regional chief of HUDCO sitting inside the one, and I'm very happy during the current year only around 1,45,000 houses for the rural area, which he has indicated has already been done with about 5,000 crores, and about 95,000 urban houses have been also funded with substantial amount of money. And if I'm not mistaken, by January, another major project is also going to come. Of the order of around 14,000 crores of money is coming into the housing segment in Telangana. I'm only talking of Telangana one. And that particular thing covers not only the housing component of the weaker section, but also the low income one. I got to really, the Honorable Minister as well as Gautamji is there. They've done a fantastic job of actual delivery of houses of the order of around nearly 3 lakhs houses to be taken up and implemented. It's not an easy thing to deliver, and they have been able to do that. And that's equally an important one, because funding institution would be happy to fund, provided you're able to good delivery coming, and also do it on time, cost and quality. And if you're able to do that, financial institutions will be very happy to extend funding in the sector. And Telangana is doing extremely well, not only through Telangana Housing Development Corporation, Telangana Housing Board, and equally important is a contribution on housing coming from my brother sitting on the left. The private sector is contributing well. Around 300 big developers are there in Hyderabad and nearby, and around 500 are there in Telangana from other side. So contribution from the private sector is an equally important component of housing that will be coming. So contribution by the public sector, primarily on the low income housing and weaker section housing. They have a weaker section housing program, a big thrust being given, and I want to really give a salute for that and for the great initiative, not only in policy framework, but also in actual implementation through good cooperation using the I was very happy, the gentleman who came with me to escort me, he is dealing with the urban housing, even up to the 9-story development in the heart of the city through the GHMC. They are doing 560 square feet houses of the order of about 8 lakhs. So it's pretty good. 8 lakhs to be done with that particular cost. Land cost, leave it out, but that's a different issue. But it's being done very well. And therefore, different type of component where the land is very intense, you go a little high rise, maybe around 6 or 7 stories, and maybe where land is not so costly, you can go to 2 or 3 story or 4 story development. The differential approach is also very good, and therefore the funding is coming in a big way. There is no problem in that sector. And they're also opening in the private sector. We stopped it in between for some time. Now, opening the real estate sector to the private sector agency is also a new initiative that Sanjay Kulshrestha has done, the new CMD has done. So that will be also good news for funding. Of course, in addition to HUDCO as an agency, large number of housing financing institutions are there for the lending on the retail lending. Because when developers put the money, the whole housing cost is done through the housing home loans with reasonably good rates of interest, and of the order of even 8%, 8.5% rate of interest, with the EMI coming still for every lakh of loan, less than around 1,000 rupees for every 1 lakh of loan is pretty good. And you're having, and with the latest announcement which is given by the government on RBI's new interest rate policy, you can expect all the housing financing institutions to bring down the housing loan also to slightly some extent also. I do not think that should be a problem if the delivery is an important one. That's where they score well. The ministry is there, the secretary is there, MD is there. If you're able to deliver well, implement it on time, good technologies to be brought in, that's where financial institutions will be very happy to put any amount of money. I do not think that's a problem. But the big number, that number which is about 28 lakhs that he said, covering the high income housing plus also the low income and weaker section there. One suggestion which I would like to add with all that the Honorable Minister is here, if you are able to do something on land assembly and also infrastructure being laid, the Honorable Minister asked which states are doing that, then ask the private sector to come and join on a public-private partnership basis. Not only the pure public sector doing, pure real estate sector doing, do some projects on public-private partnership. Haryana has done that in a big way. Maharashtra has done in Sitco and the new townships in Nashik and Nagpur. West Bengal has done some projects, including equity participation on company also, just by the way. So that model is also there. So public-private participation of working where the government is good for land and infrastructure, private sector is good for design and implementation. So we can do to that particular company also in a big way. So I know there will be many questions coming, but that's an immediate answer I can give. And as far as the government of Telangana's massive program of housing is concerned, the vision that you have put, sir, we are there to fully support that particular program. Not only for that, I understand the new township that's going to come in this very location there, Bharat. The HUDCO is already coming in a big way to fund that, including all the other infrastructure for water supply and other related, because infrastructure is a larger component, which is also an important component that will come on that. Possibly, if you are able to make the land and development cost, say around 30% of the total cost. Why is it going from 4,000 rupees a square feet to 10,000 rupees in Hyderabad? It is the cost of the land cost that's coming. Opportunity cost of land is where that's coming. We should bring that down to around 35%. Then the building construction cost can be around 60%. That can only happen if new landmarks, a good suggestion which you gave over there, I agree. If we, with infrastructure we do that, I'm sure they will deliver. Because construction cost in any case is not more than about 2,500, about 3,000 rupees. Even at the best possible specification, it will be around 2,500 rupees. It is the opportunity cost of land that is really making the particular thing get into that 10,000 level and 12,000. A good point that was suggested over. It's still, he says, as he says, Hyderabad and environments are still much better than other metro cities that you have over there. I'll stop at that point of time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. We love your energy and we love your articulation.
Thank you.
You know, we wish, a louder round of applause will be great. Thank you so much. Dr. Rao, if I can come back to you, and Ajitesh, you brushed upon the topic of precast housing. So Dr. Rao, from an urban planning and urban design principle, have you seen instances where urban planning tools have been used to augment supply in the housing sector? Are there any tricks in the trade that can be employed by the governments, in Telangana specifically, to augment supply? And Ajitesh, if you can follow it up with construction technologies, apart from precast, what else can fasten construction and bring in supply quicker into the market? Even Mr. Ram Reddy and Nandkishore can add, but Dr. Rao, will start with you.
Yeah, so I think one of the fundamental requirements is land assembly, as very rightly pointed out here. Very recently I was in Bangalore and I was talking to the people in the Karnataka Housing Board. There what they have done is that instead of going in for direct land acquisition, they brought all the landowners together and they have come into an agreement with the land owners, and there is a public-private partnership model where there is an agreement and there is a sharing, and the private sector is coming, and Karnataka Housing Board, they are doing a lot of housing, and the people are very happy there because the landowners are also getting some amount of benefit out of this. So rather than going in for, like in some states...
Same concept here is also planning now. In some ORR and in between RRR.
Okay.
We are planning same thing.
A similar kind of a public-private partnership.
Approaches and everything, also roads, radial roads, everything also already planning, ongoing works is going.
Okay. That's very nice. The other thing is, the mention was made about FSI. So the floor area ratio is very, very important. You need to get the maximum out of the limited land that's available. So, I know, just now that has been said. So it depends upon the road weights. So you can also do a kind of a cross subsidy wherein if a developer does affordable housing, then he can get an incentive FSI like they are doing in the case of Mumbai, where lands which are occupied by the slums, the developer can come in, and then there's a slum rehabilitation authority, SRA is happening there. So there are those ways by which you can enhance the efficiency of utilization of the limited land that is available, so that you can accommodate more in the limited land that is available. So this FSI incentive is, I think, very, very important. And of course, there are other financial incentives. I don't have to talk about that. It is already
Sure,
been said.
sure. Thank you, sir.
On the cost of construction, I think you can.
See, I think prefab is for the foreseeable future. Prefab would be a good investment area. Again, there's robotic construction and 3D printing, but it's in very early stage technology, and frankly, not a very good solution for us here, because we have to go vertical. Especially in the West, land availability is high, so you can go horizontal. So yeah, we need to invest in prefab tech and any tech which will help us in going vertical construction, and probably sort of, see, even in prefab also, the more important things are the viability question is coming, especially from the point of view of transportation of these materials. If something can be done around the transportation costs, or maybe some sort of yard or a manufacturing plant sort of, because these are all concealed plants, so they are not environmentally pollution contributing. If you can make some of those plants on different directions of the city, then the transportation cost comes down. So that is what I would recommend. And even the schools like we have construction worker training schools can start working on these problems, because labor training also becomes sort of important in this.
Yeah, so I'll bring in Mr. Ram Reddy there, sir. He spoke about worker training and schools. So what is the industry body doing about faster construction, cheaper construction, at the same time taking care of the skill development in this sector?
Yeah, especially about the skill development. CREDAI National has had a tie-up with NSDC, CSDCI. So a lot of programs have been conducted across the country. Every city chapter, I mean, people are coming for giving their training. Because these days, you know, how, I mean, problematic about the skilling. So no mason want his son to become a mason. No carpenter want to become his son as a carpenter. So now government also is supporting them in many ways. So there is no problem for them to their livelihood. So that's how nobody is willing to come for the work. So now as a developer, we have to give them some pride to work. So already we are giving a lot of facilities. Earlier, the living condition was completely different. Today, the living condition have been improved a lot. So, I mean, and their dressing style, all those things, I mean, it's been changed. Now people are just feeling that, yes, I mean, instead of calling as a laborer, we are calling them as a worker. So that way, some better things are happening. So apart from that, cost of construction to reduce, especially majorly bulk production of the precast. So it has become precast is not a great solution today, because so there is no users for that. There are some challenges in going for the construction. So those challenges has to be addressed further. And when it comes in a huge volumes, definitely it's going to become cost effective. I just give an example. When vitrified tile came in, I think 20 years ago, when I used it was 110 rupees per square feet. First I purchased. But today you know how it is, when even you are getting it at 40 rupees also. Because the volumes, the technologies, the speed of production, all these things are happening. So in the construction also we need that. Speed is very important. And even you have to encourage those industries to establish. So again, establishing an industry, we are facing some challenges. So those challenges has to be addressed. More people has to come for the industry, and more many has to adopt the new technologies. Already you have seen every 7 days you are going to build one floor of slab. Those technologies have been there. We have seen we are evolving. From a concrete mixer to from gamela to gamela, then hoist, then cranes, and all those things are coming. So future is definitely for the technology, and lot of research has to take place in the technology also. So to reduce the cost, technology is the only biggest solution. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. Kishorji, your thoughts, and then we'll move on to Mr. Suresh. He had some inputs on technology as well. Please, sir.
See, I think from a technology perspective, what gets manufactured in the factory on a repetitive basis will obviously be the cheapest compared to what gets done in situ. So if you look at China, I think bulk of their homes are manufactured in the factory and they're just assembled at the site. So it's an assembly line process that they follow. I think that is something which we need to replicate, and that is a much larger issue. But what is most important, I think, apart from the construction cost and technology, I think the cost of building a home, one, time is a very significant factor, and as I mentioned, if the government can facilitate a scheme or a policy wherein the time is cut down, I think that is going to add a significant benefit to the, bring down the cost. The second is the financing of the construction, the developer finance for affordable housing. I think here again, cheaper finance, I think much like what the central government has done with the Swami Fund, which is doing an amazing job in the stressed asset portfolio. I think the same thing, if something that is similar can happen for affordable housing, I think that is another big advantage. And the third advantage is the GST on construction. Now, whether you are building an affordable housing or you are building a regular housing, the GST from a construction side is the same. While the buyer is getting only GST at 1%, but from the developer, the GST on the construction is still the same. If that can be brought down substantially, then I think this will bring down the overall cost of construction. Add to that, if the state government, I'm sure if they can do something and bring down the approvals cost, which is again today similar, and also certain other parameters like, the parking requirements, irrespective of the kind of homes you are building, the parking requirement still remains the same. I think these are some areas where we can work around to bring down the overall cost of construction by reducing the time, by certain interventions from the government and certain use of technology, and also by bringing down the approvals costs and timelines and all this. I think this is everything has to fall in together. Sure. And of course, as I said, finally, eliminate or bring down the land cost component as much as possible. That's the...
Thanks, Kishorji. Suresh sir, over to you. You had some thoughts on technology.
Yeah, I think it's an important one. At the end of the day, it's going to be construction, and the way in which things are going on, the cost of construction is component of building materials as well as the labor component there. On an average, if it is going to be in the urban component, about 70-30 between the building material cost and the labor component there. And this is also the second largest employment generation, housing in over there. You're about 5 crore construction workers, and that's a very major area next to agriculture. So if you're able to give a big thrust for the construction workers who are dealing mason, carpenter, bartender, plumber, electrician, around 65 trades are there, tile layer, glass fixer, painter, etc., etc. And if you're able to do a big job, at one point of time, somewhere in the late 90s, the good moment was the national network of building centers, which is or Nirmiti Kendra or Nirman Kendra. We said that primarily a technology transfer center, a skill upgradation center, a manufacturing center for products or precast there, and also housing guidance center, and also construction workforce. A 5-in-1 job. And fortunately, Telangana has done good in the Nirmiti Kendras also in a big way, but I do not know at this point of time it's still going on well or not, but it will be good to retain, especially your program outside in the rural component of housing and small and medium towns, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We should strengthen that particular component, and that will give better, in which case wastage will be lower, quality of housing will be better, and we should strengthen in that. And I also agree with him, precast is a very important component. He suggested that at the beginning over there, we left it. There are a lot of good initiatives coming in this country, with including 3D housing, the whole thing. But you require good volumes coming there, committed volumes are required in that particular area. And previously we thought that we have to do in a factory and bring it all the way to the site there, travel cost and all that. But now there are a lot of technology, we can do it. Also the manufacturing component at the very site itself. Many companies have done. But I agree, the economies will come where the wall. If we are able to do, even today I find large number of good construction with prefab which are being done over there of the order of around 1,800 to 2,000 rupees a square feet as against casting. See, time is the most important one. If cast in situ construction, if it takes about 2.5 to 3 years for a project of a 20-30 storied building, you can do the same thing in about 1 year time period. And that's an important component. Interest during construction is a very major component there if you're able to do that. But we should have an enabling environment to support that. But skill upgradation and training through the National Academy of Construction here, NICMARSO unit here, the Credais training institutes, all that together along with the building center movement or Nirmiti Kendra movement can give a big thrust. Take my word, as the Honorable Minister is here, sir, this is one area which can have a major impact for the large construction workforce which are there in Telangana, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. Abhijit, if I can quickly bring you in back to the rental housing topic. A few speakers spoke about rental housing, and I think there is a consensus amongst the panel that everything cannot be for purchase supply. What has been World Bank's experience? How has World Bank enabled rental housing? Because the economics in India is quite different and very difficult, right, for rental housing to work. So your learnings and suggestions there, please.
Thank you, Preetham. Before I come to rental housing, I'm just going to take 2 minutes and probably reflect on some of the discussions. So blended financing was one of the thoughts that came up, and this is something that many countries have done successfully. We have done this in Brazil, we are doing this in Kenya, looking at providing catalytic risk financing support or looking at providing credit support to developers. So both sides can be looked at. I think the main point I want to say is that when a multilateral agency is getting involved, it need not be in terms of direct financing. It can also be in terms of a guarantee, right? Which means we are guaranteeing that if there is a problem that comes up to a certain, after a certain threshold, then the guarantee comes into play. So there is a very minimal cost of guarantee. So the actual load of that guarantee on the cost is very low compared to, say, a pure borrowing. And just wanted to make that point because the government is doing its policy thinking. The second is transit camps is very important. But with transit camps, we've seen some states are now exploring with rental vouchers, right? So for a 2-year period or 1.5 to 2-year period, a rental voucher of X amount is being given so that they can rent houses within, let's say, 2 to 3 kilometers of where they are located while the reconstruction goes on, right? And this rental vouchers I'm flagging because as a long-term policy for the government to look at, a rental voucher policy has been experimented in places like Chile, in Indonesia, where effectively every migrant worker who is coming in, recognized migrant worker coming in, is given a rental voucher for 3 to 4 years. And that, over that period, then they graduate to, say, ownership housing, right? So that's another thing the government could consider. Linked to this is also the issue of the lowest brackets, the first, second, third, fourth deciles, the economically weaker sections, and whether they have the affordability to buy, a housing. And this is where the role of the affordable housing finance companies come in, right? Now, with the affordable housing finance companies, the rate of interest is higher than, let's say, going to a formal. But we have seen, based on experience in Tamil Nadu, we have seen that people are able to afford and repay. And the government comes in through 2 means. So one is they come in through a tripartite agreement between the AHFC, the government, as well as the owner. And the second is there is a certain risk guarantee which is introduced by the government, which says that if you're not able to pay 2 quarters EMI, let's say, we cover it. After that, you'll have to vacate the house. So that kind of a system can also be looked at. Now back to rental housing, the question that you asked.
Thank you.
So, sorry. So on rental housing, what we are experimenting, so you're right, the returns for the private sector to come in is not there, right, to come in from a pure rental housing perspective. So we are looking at a possible blend of grants, so grants which would come from various government schemes that were mentioned, or grants that could come from other concessional sources for the construction cost, right, which actually reduces the cost at which the private operator operates the rental facility. So in Tamil Nadu, where this has been tried, the rentals without any concessional grants would be something around 12 to 13,000, has come down to 3.5 to 4,000. That is the impact that PMAY, ARHC window, or they have the Working Women's Hostel scheme, which is running quite well now, can play, right? So that is one thing I think every state now needs to look at. The second is industrial worker housing. So if we have, the previous session was chaired by the Industries Department as well, and we were talking of the industrial ecosystem, growing. That ecosystem requires housing, And rental housing is probably the best way to do it. So a tie-up between such industrial sites, industrial zones, or even corridors was being mentioned. No, new corridors are being set up. Identifying affordable housing within those corridors, right, for rental housing, has the possibility, because then the industrial estate comes in and subsidizes a part of the rent. So here the capital is not getting subsidized, the rent gets subsidized. So there are various models which can be looked at, which has been tried globally.
Thank you, Abhijit. We'll quickly move on to the private sector on the dais, starting with Mr. Ram Reddy. Sir, we spoke about PPP fleetingly, so how does the private sector and how does the industry body like yours, what kind of partnerships with government? We talk about PPP, which is private-public partnership. What models would the private sector be excited about? What models are, foremost in terms of acceptability?
So mainly the government has to provide the land, then proper approvals, proper infrastructure. These three things are from the government side. Then developers will come forward and definitely make whichever the project is there, they're definitely going to be successful. Apart from this, especially for affordable housing, the finance cost has to be definitely, as Mr. Nandkishore mentioned, it has to be reduced. Now, any private developer getting a project funding, it ranges from, and then the best developer is getting at 10%, it goes up to even 15% from private lending, non-scheduled banks. So that cost of funding is huge, and even approval also is taking huge time. Every project, Minister Gar also is in the real estate, he knows how the approval process is there. That has to be simplified, because a project, when the land is purchased or took on a development by paying the huge advances, if it takes a year to launch the project, huge burden on the, finance cost will be there.
The timelines is very important for approvals.
Yeah.
Definitely government will take as early as possible the positive decisions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now bill now has come, but still, because it's not a criticism, but improvement I'm talking about it. Lot of improvements has to be taken place. Definitely it's going to big help, because Telangana is a model for many, because especially the GO number 86, where Shekhar Reddy has put his best efforts, that what is that limit, sky is the limit to construct, that is given a big boost to Hyderabad real estate. Why various developers across the country coming to Hyderabad means because of such decisions. So even we talk across the country, our policies are great. So, whatever build now and TS, I-pass, all policies are great, but there is a big scope for improvement, because every permission we have to go to many departments. Every department takes, every section, it takes a time. You know how much time it takes on that. So on this dais, I request the Honorable Minister, please look into this. Definitely this is going to make a big game changer for us. The vision what 2047 is a great vision. 3 trillion economy is going to be a reality. Definitely it's going to be reality. The way in which in the shortest time, the way in which has been events have been conducted, really the MOUs have been signed, really a lot of credit goes to the Honorable Chief Minister and the ministers like you. Really, I am very, very happy to be associated. Whatever even the policies also across the country, whichever the best housing policies are there, from CREDAI, I can definitely be some use for you. I can get the information across the country, and the CBR is there to create some vision document about the affordable housing. We are definitely will be the shareholders in that. Definitely, whatever the best can be from CREDAI, will contribute that.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. I can quickly go to Ajitesh, and then I'll come to the Ramki group. So Ajitesh, your views on PPP models and partnerships with government. What are the most top of mind or most comfortable associations that private sector will accept?
See, I think first and foremost, I think the role of the stakeholder called the government is to simplify the land side of things. Right, like one very, very good thing now we are seeing is auctions. Auctions is a good way. It is actually also a PPP where the government is sourcing the land, cleaning it up, and then auctioning it. So I, as a developer, need not worry about so many of the legal hassles. So that's one very good to start with. Right? When it comes to pertainingly
particular to the affordable housing, I think the slum one which I mentioned would be a good thing. The role of the private sector is to continuously work on cost reduction. And cost reduction is going to come up as a function of economies of scale. As we have more bigger and bigger firms, we have bigger R&D. So naturally we'll have to go invest, because as Honorable Secretary has been mentioning, we have 3 million shortage hours. So the market demand exists. Now the question is, how do we make a profit? That's the only question remaining. So I think, see, if somehow 12% margin can be made, that's it, it's ripe for disruption. And also I would like my humble suggestion would be for policymakers is to focus probably less on subsidies, because if you look pan-India under PM Awas Yojana and various state government programs, broadly speaking 10% of the overall cost subsidy has already been given, and that's not really helping. I think we need to work more towards unlocking the market forces rather than the subsidies, because subsidy is also a burden on the exchequer. The middle class person who's paying the tax, it's a big burden on them. So maybe less subsidies and more market force orientation. Unlocking market force will really help all of us moving forward. And another one point which I would like to just mention before I conclude is that, see, housing is the most important sector. Let me put some statistics. Pan-India, we have 230 million people working in the agri economy, where average per capita earning is 10,000 rupees. Right? Then we have 70 million people working in the manufacturing sector, where average earning is 15 to 17,000 rupees. Then we have another 70 million people working pan-India in the housing and construction segment, where the average earning is 25,000 to 27,000 rupees. So for every one person who's working in the construction sector, 2.7 equivalent people have to work in the agri sector. Almost all 1.8 people have to work in the manufacturing sector. So investing in housing under the visionary program of the Honorable Chief Minister to make our economy $1 trillion by 2034, investing in housing related policies will greatly push forward the economy and create opportunity for the bottom end of the society, thereby making them richer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajitesh.
I think PPP in the housing or the real estate sector is always going to be a tricky thing, because people look at land, and mostly when we look at land, we look at it retrospectively. Are ye land 10 saal pehle you had given it for 1 crore or 2 crores. Okay, so that's always going to be a dicey thing, lot of governance, lot of scrutiny, lot of challenges. So I would suggest, even in a PPP model, eliminate the land part, like what Ajitesh was mentioning. Let the government bring the land, not give to the developer. Let the government do the facilitation part of it. I think let rest be left to the private developers. Let economics and profit drive the development. I think provide whatever enabling environment that you can. Also very important here is to understand is, on an average in a city, 70% of the land is occupied by residences, by residential development. And still we have, say in a city like Hyderabad, like 3 million people not living in quality housing. I think that is something which is not reflecting very greatly on the overall scheme of things. So somewhere there is something which is lacking. And if this really has to be addressed, it cannot be addressed just by large developers or just by the government. It has to be all sizes of developers who have to be part of it. And one way of doing that is we have to ensure the city spreads horizontally. We are talking of Hyderabad having unlimited land, but if you see, we are not growing beyond a certain boundary. One of the reasons for that is lack of transport infrastructure. We have fantastic roads all around, but we don't have transport infrastructure. We don't have social infrastructure. I think that is where I would request the Honorable Minister and the government to...
In transport, now we are planning metro line more than 300 kilometers, second and third phase also.
Absolutely.
Definitely it will be useful for in the city.
Yeah, I think once that happens, once the transport infrastructure and automatically the social infrastructure will start developing, then I think you will find a lot more developers coming into these peripheral zones to develop the affordable housing. I think that is one area where the government can play a facilitating role than directly be a part of the PPP model.
Thank you so much, Anand Kishore ji. So,
Preetham, just one point. One point I would like to add. I think the objective of the entire PPP model should be government should not lose money, private sector should make money, and people should find solutions. That could be the broader vision statement.
Nicely put, Ajitesh, nicely put. So we are almost nearing the end of the session. I will pass on the mic to Mr. Suresh, and then the Honorable Secretary will also conclude the session. But we want to throw the floor open for some Q&A. So if there are a few questions, we will come to you, sir. The mics will come to you, but after Mr. Suresh's commentary.
Yeah. I wanted to add one dimension to the whole, because the whole thing is housing, and I have here the President Shri Reddy Garu, who is sitting over there in the front. He is also there. He is also the National Vice Chairman for the Indian Green Building Council. I bring to your notice the important comment. It is not just not 4 walls and a roof. How to make the home also green in a large way. Integrated water management, integrated energy management, integrated waste management, saving of water saving, energy saving, and good interiors coming, good green to be developed over there. And the Indian Green Building Council, the headquarters is only in Hyderabad, and IGBC has done phenomenally well. And you'll be very happy to know, out of nearly 15 billion square feet of green development, which is about 1,500 crore square feet, mind you, 1,500 crore square feet, the housing component itself is of the order of around 3 billion square feet, and that's about 3,000 crores of housing. That's a very big number. And we have got ratings available for middle income, high income, and affordable housing is a very major component. We have a rating for affordable housing also. My suggestion is that in addition to the other components which we are discussing, also add on the dimensions of environment friendly, ecologically appropriate, energy saving, and other features to be introduced in that. So the quality of the housing, in addition to just being walls and roof, will also bring in a house to a home component of good quality being brought in. And I'm sure Shri Reddy will take over as the national chairman, like he will become the national president of CREDAI in Hyderabad, both happening. Telangana should be able to do a very good thing for all the housing that you do by Vision 2047, also to bring the dimension of green home as an important one. I thought I'll bring that, because that discussion did not come so far. You talked of land, infra, you talked of money, but not on the green component was not mentioned. And it's a very major area IGBC is contributing. It's available in Hyderabad, and please do that also in a dimension. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. Mr. Gautam, if you have any... okay, so we'll throw the floor open for questions. So if we can have a couple of mics passed around, please. Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Professor Santosh Mehrotra. I'm on the advisory council of the Chief Minister on Telangana Rising Summit in 2047. I've heard a lot about more and more development for Hyderabad. What about the smaller towns? Why is it that we are neglecting the smaller towns, which is where most of the people of your state live and most of India lives? There are several win-wins that will happen if your focus as policy makers was on the smaller towns. What are the win-wins? We talked about job creation. You want job creation near to the locations where people are actually living. Point 1. Point 2. You can actually use prefab in small towns. You can't use prefab to go high. In big cities, you cannot be using prefab, and therefore you have to go high. If you don't go high, the problem is that you will have to keep developing infrastructure and metros, etc., and your city spreads like this. This is the opposite of successful cities of the world. Paris, London, Japan's Tokyo, they are all concentrated cities, and they rise like that. So the point is, we have too much concentration of people coming into big cities. We want people to be located in small towns, and that's where the clusters are. The MSMEs are located there. If you build clusters in small towns, you will actually be able to generate jobs, not just for construction, but for the the other parts of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Professor.
In my opening remarks, already I told you, Andy, in Hyderabad, in between ORR, Triple R, in other out of Triple R, our plan is state government planning is like that. Definitely, we are 100% do that thing.
Yes, sir. Yeah. My name is Narsaya. I am the Managing Director of Shanta Sriram Constructions. I am developing affordable housing. But, sir, Honorable Minister Garu, Meeru kuda construction line lo unnaru. We are facing a lot of problem in developing an affordable housing. See, practically state government is not giving any concessions to any of the affordable housing. The person who is selling at 12,000 rupees per square feet and a person who is selling at 4,000 rupees per square feet paying the same fees to the GHMC and the same registration charges to the registration department. If you fix 1200 square feet plinth area, below 1200 square feet plinth area, affordable housing and fix a norm, you give a concession in registration charges, you give a concession in municipal sanction fees, and you give concession in TDR with additional floors without TDR. And other zones like agriculture or anything, without any change of land use, you should be able to give affordable housing scheme without any questions. Then I think the problem will be every private builder will come forward to do the affordable housing, sir.
Thank
you. Sure, and manchi idea icharu. Definitely government will think that way also.
Thank you very much, sir.
Gautam sir, you wanted to respond to the earlier question as well. Yeah.
So, responding to Professor Malhotra's points on the strategy for the smaller towns, as Honorable Minister said, the government has already taken up construction of houses in all these smaller towns. We have taken up construction of 50,000 houses in the smaller towns itself. Already these projects are ongoing. And of course, this entire session was focused on Hyderabad and periphery for want of time, and because the main intent of this workshop was a collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. So that was why the session was tailored like that. However, all your concerns are noted and government is very committed and very keenly working on those fronts. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll probably take one more question, sir. And please ask a question. Please mention who you want the question to be answered by, and please do introduce yourself. Sir, please ask the question. You can stand.
Hello.
Yeah.
My question is to the Honorable Minister and to the MD of the Housing Corporation. I represent here from National Institute of Rural Development, Panchayat Raj. I think Mr. Suresh and other people are talking about the affordable housing. Second thing, they are talking about the Nirmiti Kendras regarding the material availability, other things. Sir, what I found when you go to the affordable housing, we do not have the masons trained in this technology. So National Institute of Rural Development is giving a training in all these technologies. I think Government of Telangana can utilize the services of NIRDPR to train all their masons in this affordable technology so that greenhouse building can be constructed. Second thing is with regard to Nirmiti Kendras. So it's a very good concept where the material can be made available to the especially PMA beneficiaries. That's a major challenge they are facing with regard to material. So there is a need to revive the Nirmiti Kendras so that they can build the technologies. And I went to Nirmiti Kendra of Telangana, it's a defunct. Huge area is there. So if you can revive it, I think they can take the help of NIRDPR in training people and doing this so that we can build up the masons across the state so that the affordable housing can be taken place. So the Government of Telangana can bring the masons of the state to NIRD where we got a rural building technology park where different model houses are there. They can come and see and they can learn the various technology that can be available so that those technologies can be utilized and housing can be made affordable. This is my submission. Thank you very much.
So just responding to your question. In fact, I am proud to say we have trained more than 10,000 masons before our Indiramma program actually kick-started on ground. This is primarily beneficial at construction, and masons play a very crucial role in it. So recognizing this, on the directions of our Honorable Minister, a residential training program for masons was done in NAC, National Academy of Construction, which is under the aegis of state government. It's a very premier training institute in the construction sector. And in fact, there were 5-day training was offered to masons on all the innovative construction technologies, innovative construction practices. And taking it from there, 2 people, so here we had trained 2 people from every block. So from 500 blocks, 2 masons each had come here, and we had organized 2 rounds of training. And taking it forward, the district branches of the National Academy of Construction organized training for masons from each and every Gram Panchayat of the state. So, in fact, putting together, we had trained more than 13,000 masons as part of the Indiramma housing program. Over and above this, in each and every block headquarters, Mandal headquarters, we had sanctioned and constructed technology demonstration houses where we utilized climate-friendly, thermally efficient technologies, roofing technologies, and walling technologies where material construction costs could be saved. And these were exhibited to all the Indiramma beneficiaries, as well as masons, as well as the Indiramma committees who are involved in this, overseeing the construction. So, of course, we are very keen to partner with NIRDPR as well in this front.
All right, thank you. I think we have just so much time. Maybe the last question to the gentleman who got up. After that, we'll have to, I think lunch is waiting, so I'm sure everybody must be hungry as well. So quickly shoot the question, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm Harsha from Izura. We manufacture tower cranes. We are based out of Hyderabad.
Sorry,
Sir,
you manufacture what, sir?
Tower cranes. So my question is, we don't see much of innovation in construction equipment industry in India. If you look at, to bring in innovation, it's a highly capital intensive. Largely construction equipment are based off Chinese because they're largely backed by Chinese governments. So if you have to develop any sort of new product in terms of construction equipment, how can any Indian company come up and build, bring in the technology and innovation in construction equipment industry?
Who are you directing this question to?
The government, sir.
To anyone. Mr. Gautam, you want to, so he's asking how can the government support new technology in construction equipment?
See, when you talk about precast,
yes.
To lift the precast material, you require heavy cranes. None of them are made in India. Everything comes from China.
Okay, let me
respond
to that. So, even the gentleman from NIRDPR had also mentioned about our Nirmiti Kendras. In fact, we had a very thriving system of Nirmiti Kendras earlier in the old Indiramma scheme between 2004 to 2014. Later, these Nirmiti Kendras are not fully functional now, but in certain districts, on the directions of the Honorable Minister, we have leased out the lands of the Nirmiti Kendras to private players, incubators like you, who are willing to come forward and establish innovative, construction technologies, right? So some, novel brick making units, low cost brick making units, etc. and, prefabricated slabs for these individual houses. So we are ready to partner with private players, incubators, innovators like you with our Nirmiti Kendras. In fact, our minister was of the opinion that government must not be directly involved in material manufacturing. So we have these Nirmiti Kendras. We are ready to guide you, facilitate you, do the quality controls, etc. And we are ready to partner with, private players in this regard, in the construction technology front. And we have already partnered with certain players with respect to our demonstration houses. Because Telangana Housing Corporation and the erstwhile AP Housing Corporation has always been a key player in pioneering new technologies and increasing the social acceptance of these technologies among the people. Because social acceptance is very important. So we had partnered with certain players in exhibiting this novel technology through our demonstration houses which we are constructing at each and every Mandal headquarters. And even now this opportunity is open, so we are keen to partner with any one of you in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam.
Preetham, I would like to add one
Thank
point.
you.
See, for young innovators, yeah, we have a lot of use cases. Like you want to automate tower cranes, right? So you can maybe reach me out on LinkedIn. We will give you use cases, and we are working with young entrepreneurs even to invest some capital and give business use cases and all of that. So yeah, we need to start working on automations around RMC manufacturing, autonomous tower cranes, because finding workforce for tower cranes is a very big problem. So there are a lot of these problems. Yeah, we would love to partner on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Minister has consented for one more question. One in the back, the person in the white attire, sir. Yes, please.
Thank you, Minister Garu. The session is very nice, beyond my expectation. I had a Nirmita Kendra, it's still working. I think before 2004 I started with the help of the HUDCO. And I manufacture also now. I think as Mr. Revanth Reddy know, I was good in politics for about 25 years. I am now on industry only. We manufacture so many items which is suitable for precast as well as green buildings. I only wish that our minister should take lead in making every house as a green building. It's quite possible and it can be done in economical, and our chairman HUDCO has suggested that because the environment will be better and the power savings will be there for a long, so we must take lead, the government should take lead in building the government offices and government buildings as green buildings, because I have seen few green buildings in Bangalore by many of the leading world organizations, and they are very nice. So we must go for that, because the ambience of the residents should be very good, as well as the schools, hospitals and all other buildings should be green buildings. We should make it a point of that, and I am really happy to hear that word from the chairman HUDCO. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And sir, for the want of time, we'll want to close the session. Please do try and meet the panelists off dais. Yeah.
We welcome the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Shri Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu, to this session. So thanks for participating in this session, sir. We are honored to have you here.
And Mr. Gautam, can you kindly conclude, sir, please?
Yeah. So your suggestion with respect to green technologies is noted. So we'll try to, we are now constructing houses on a massive scale, lakhs and lakhs of houses. Government is committed to constructing 2 million houses over the next decade. So we'll definitely incorporate a lot of these technologies, especially thermally efficient construction, which will reduce the cooling load in our houses. Yes. So, I'd like to thank all the panelists, all the esteemed panelists on dais, and all the esteemed delegates who have participated very keenly in this panel discussion. So for me personally, it has been a very enriching discussion, and our Honorable Minister was kind enough to grace this occasion and give his valuable time and valuable inputs throughout this 1.5 hour session. So I'm sure under his leadership and under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Telangana will create a future-ready, scalable and inclusive, affordable and a sustainable housing model as a part of Telangana 2047. And dear friends, this government is very committed to provide affordable houses to all the economically weaker sections. However, no government, however committed, can on its own deliver the scale of affordable housing that we are talking about. As I just said, there is an unmet housing demand of over 29 lakhs. And these are not all economically weaker sections. Even in several houses which we have allotted free of cost, people are investing at least 2 to somewhere at the minimum of bare minimum of 2 lakhs to a maximum of 10 lakhs in just getting these houses renovated, because people are ready to invest. They have some purchasing power in hand. However, we need developers and builders who are willing to invest in affordable housing, banks and housing financing companies to support the necessary funding, not only for the developers, but also for the consumers who may not have the necessary eligibility criteria to meet the regular home loans. So we need dovetail products for the same, and we would request the assistance of multilateral institutions like the World Bank, from which Abhijit has joined us, so they can bring in the global best practices and also provide us the much needed capacity building support for government organizations like the Housing Board and the Housing Corporation. And of course, we need civil society organizations and community groups that can articulate the needs of the society from the demand side. What is it that people expect? What is their aspiration? What are their fears? What are their desires? So that is as much important when we talk about this affordable housing. And academia and professionals, Professor Rao is here, Suresh Garu is here, so they can contribute to better design, better technology, better productivity. So today's session is not merely a technical consultation. It's an invitation for partnership. It's an invitation for partnership towards achieving this noble goal of providing affordable housing for all. So our intent is very clear that the recommendations, the deliberations from this session will not merely remain on paper. We are committed to bring this into our affordable housing policy, which is in the making and which will be released very soon, maybe in a time span of 2 to 3 months. So with these words, I once again extend a warm gratitude to all the distinguished panels and participants. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gautam. If you guys like the panel, please do give a big round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you, Special Secretary Housing, and thank you for all the panelists. I enjoyed moderating the panel, and thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir, for moderating. And now, hello. Now I request Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists who are on stage. Mr. Vasudevan Suresh Garu, former CMD, HUDCO. So to all our guests, we proudly present the two iconic GI tag treasures of Telangana, the exquisite Pochampalli Ikat shawls, renowned for their intricate tie and dye weaving, embody the timeless skill of our artisans. Complementing them are the vibrant Sherial masks, handicrafted in the traditional storytelling style that carries centuries of Telangana's cultural heritage. Let us celebrate these GI recognized art forms and the master craftsmen who keep our traditions alive. Mr. Abhijit Shankar Ray, Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dr. P.S.N. Rao.
Like
ladies and gentlemen, we are presenting the two GI tag mementos that you see here.
So
one is the Ikat
your
shawl
parking
and
places,
the other one is the
identify
Cherial mask,
places you have and provide them in a
known
digital
from
platform
centuries
so
in
that
Telangana
citizens
art
who
form.
drive
dominantly agrarian, so
Mr.
how to
G.
basically
Rami Reddy Garu.
take these three parts, the core urban, which is basically the tertiary sector, mostly the services sector, etc., and the peri-urban area where the manufacturing, etc., is already there, and we are trying to bring more of it there, and then the rest of the area is basically where the agrarian part is there, plus of course mining, etc., basically the primary sector. R&B department, of course, we do primarily the roads and the buildings for the government. Private buildings, of course, is regulated by HMDA and the municipal administration department. We have taken up various projects basically to integrate the entire state as a single entity. Of course, depending upon the cost of the land and the connectivity, etc. As I was telling earlier, the pure and the rare, you
and
must
today
have
is the
already heard
moderator
about
for
it.
our session, wonderfully moderated this session, I
So
must say,
idea is basically
Mr.
how
Preetam
to
Mehra ji.
reduce the expenditure on the transportation, how to
అందరికీ లంచ్ టైం
ensure
అయింది
that
నాకు
the
తెలుసు కానీ
goods
అయినా
move
ఒక్కసారి
easily. If
చప్పట్లయితే
the goods move easily, then we can
Let's
have
cheer
more
each
holistic
other.
development of the entire state, and then of course thereby we will be having more industrialization and more services sector coming into the state, which ultimately will
So
lead
ladies
to
and gentlemen,
more
with this
equitable
we
development
conclude
of the entire state.
this session of our panel discussion. And thank you to all our dignitaries who are present on
So
stage
in
here. This
in
session
this,
definitely enforces
direction,
that
we are
inclusive growth
we
is
are in the
built
process. We have, of course.
Thank you
when
one and
we
all for
see
joining us
actually
on
the ground,
stage.
the roads
Now
will not
we
be
take a short
exactly
break
like
here,
a
lunch
grid.
break.
But suppose
And
today we have
exactly 1
on an
hour
average
later we
50
assemble back
kilometer
again
is
here
the
in Hall 1
grid.
for our
So
next
we
panel
want to
discussion,
reduce
the theme
it
being
to
the
30
Bharat
to 35
Future City
kilometers.
as
So
a
that's the
magnet.
sort of thing. Of course,
for
national
3
highway will be
trillion
having a much
Telangana.
larger grid. They may be having something like maybe 200 by 200, whereas our R&B roads will be much shorter. It should be something like, presently it might be about 50 or so. We would like it to further bring it down to 30-35 kilometers. The idea is anybody from any place, any small habitation should be able to reach the nearest R&B road, which will by that time at least be a 2-lane road in maximum of 10 to 15, maximum 20 kilometers he should be able to reach, and from there as fast as possible he should be able to reach the present ORR. Of course, once the ORR and triple, then we will have more of people having their activity in that area itself and may not need to come to the core area. Of course, this is what is our plan, basically connectivity from the state to the district, then to the mandal, and then to every village. As I was saying, the entire thing is ultimately the roads that we are going to do is towards an end. What is that end? The end is basically to have a holistic development to promote industrial, tourism and other economic generators. So you would have probably attended some of the sessions done by industries department and other. Just now I think tourism was happening just before us. So similarly sports department will be having. So all those infrastructure, how to make it integrated so that people move easily, goods move easily, and thereby an integrated development of the state happens. These are some of the projected numbers that we have based on the grid size, based on the traffic that is likely to be generated. So we have done the projections and this is what is our plan. Of course, as we move forward, the plan will get further crystallized and further finish will come to it. In addition to that, we also want to have a management system so that the road management, road repairs, road maintenance becomes easy and system driven rather than it being an ad hoc system which moves on a year-to-year basis depending upon various factors like budget availability, etc. So to the extent possible, have a system driven maintenance of the roads. Of course, as I said, we as a department, we have HMDA, we have GHMC, we have the rest of the area. But for the state as a whole, it is one integrated system, and to the extent possible, yesterday we had a session on transport system. So to the extent possible, what we thought there was the entire transport system, roads plus buses, RTC buses or private buses, metro rails, MRTS, all these bullet trains, now we are talking about bullet trains, all the things put together should be an seamless movement for people from their place to whatever place they want to go. So this is our integrated approach to connectivity at all levels. This submit, we want basically to elicit your opinion also as to how to go about it. So in this direction, we will be having further discussions today. So that's all from me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking all the audience through precise presentation and reach out for further actions by panelists and participants. Sir, today this is really a privileged moment for all of us. We are witnessing now key release of one futuristic document. I'm happy to announce today Honorable Chief Minister, in presence of Honorable Minister sir and Special Secretary, Chief Secretary sir, new policy for road sector is launched. Now Honorable Minister sir will launch our audio visual presentation by RNBD on this very occasion. Sir, please.
Telangana takes pride in its diverse culture and heritage. With a geographical span of 1,12,070 square kilometers and an economy, GSDP, valued at rupees 18 lakh crore, Telangana is rapidly emerging the economic powerhouse of South India. RNB believes connectivity is fundamental for state's economic progress. Under the dynamic and visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy and with the able guidance of Honorable Minister Shri Reddy Venkat Reddy, R&B Department is transforming the state's road infrastructure by laying the foundation for the state's growth with the ambitious vision for 2034 and 2047 as envisioned by the government. Road infrastructure works worth rupees 1,03,500 crore covering 17,000 kilometers are currently underway across Telangana to transform the state's road network and embarked on many major projects. A 6-lane elevated corridor on NH 163 at Uppal is under speedy implementation under the current leadership with construction advancing rapidly. Telangana state holds Medaram Jatara as the state festival as over 1.5 crore pilgrims seek the darshan of Shri Sammaka Saralamma during Jatara. Recognizing its immense cultural and spiritual importance, the Honorable Chief Minister has prioritized the temple's redevelopment and rejuvenation along with the improvement of connecting roads with an investment of rupees 250 crore. These efforts aim to elevate the Jatara into a world-class tribal heritage and pilgrimage center. Building on past initiatives in healthcare infrastructure, the government has accelerated execution across the state. A 23-story Warangal super specialty hospital with 2,000 beds and 34 departments is under implementation with an investment of rupees 1,371 crore. 3 1,000-bed TIMS hospitals at Alwal, Sanath Nagar and LB Nagar are being built with over rupees 2,900 crore and the 14-story 2,020-bed NIMS extension. The government has also fast-tracked the rupees 2,700 crore upgrade of Osmania General Hospital, featuring a new 12-story 2,000-bed facility. Together, these landmark projects are not just hospitals. They represent accessible health care for its citizens. The new High Court building complex at Rajendra Nagar is being built at a cost of rupees 2,583 crore, reflecting the state's commitment to justice and good governance. Designed as a world-class judicial facility to ensure efficient delivery of justice. Some of the major flagship projects contemplated by the state include HAM. Under innovative road financing, the government has taken up roads extending over a length of 12,000 kilometers under HAM to address several issues of legacy of neglect. Regional Ring Road of 362 kilometers is a game changer for seamless connectivity of Hyderabad's periphery, which has gained momentum in implementation recently. Radial roads are taken up for implementation for enhancing mobility and connectivity, and these include 41.5 kilometers of Ratan Tata Road and 81 kilometers of other radial roads. The state is partnering in development of expressways. These include Hyderabad-Bangalore Corridor, the 6-lane Hyderabad-Vijayawada Highway, the scenic Hyderabad-Sri-Salem route, and the Hyderabad-Nagpur Corridor, unlocking Telangana's economic potential. Another major flagship project is the 300-kilometer Hyderabad-Amravati-Machilipatnam Greenfield Expressway connecting the state of Telangana with the eastern seacoast. Sri-Salem, a holy place of worship, is planned to be connected by an elevated corridor of 55 kilometers by protecting wildlife and also easing access to the shrine. Along with this, a 14.5-kilometer Somasila iconic bridge featuring a 1-kilometer glass deck walkway will shorten travel between Hyderabad .
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. With launch of this R&BD's reach out, the way things are seen for the future. Now we have this wonderful beginning of today's session, brainstorming, with opening address by MC sir and inaugural presentation by Special Chief Secretary sir. Now this is time to call upon Honorable Minister sir to grace the occasion with his keynote address. Honorable Minister sir, please.
ముందుగా అందరికీ నమస్తే తెలియజేసుకుంటూ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ టు యూ ఆల్. esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, innovators, my officers, Special Chief Secretary Vikas Raj garu, HMD Commissioner Sarfraz Ahmed garu, and dignitaries on the dais, and all my guests. Telangana is not just growing, Telangana is rising. I am honored to stand before you today at the Telangana Rising Summit, a platform that celebrates our state's determination, its progress and its future. Roads form the backbone of any progressive economy, and as we take giant leap to make Telangana 1 trillion economy, Telangana, my department is committed to connect all the mandal headquarters with a double-lane road to the district headquarters, from there to state capital Hyderabad. You might ask, how is that relevant to Telangana growth story? Well, it is good. Connectivity ensures arrival of industries in rural area, acting as pull factor. As a push factor, rural labor and manforce gets access to a horizon of employment, more disposable income, leading to more revenue. Build infrastructure, build confidence is our motto. Our government, under the able leadership of energetic and visionary Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy garu, is committed to providing safe environment for investors and employees alike. Hyderabad's radial connectivity is being boosted like never before. NS65 connecting two Telugu state capitals, Hyderabad and Vijayawada, is now being transformed into 8 lanes, marvel discongesting passenger as well as logistic traffic. That work is starting by before March ending. 6 lane plus 2 service lane existing highway, that is a whole 2 lane, 4 lane road. I am happy to state that Telangana is turning a landlocked state into the economic powerhouse by establishing a state-of-the-art dry port transformative facility. This session focuses on connectivity requirement towards accessibility and mobility to Hyderabad and transforming Telangana state into the economic hub of South India, that is ensuring smooth connectivity with the rest of the country and the world. Regional ring road with a radial roads connectivity is going to boost even development of Hyderabad, its surroundings. Previously, our government in 2004, we constructed outer ring road at the time of Congress government. Then the Chief Minister, late Dr. YSR, is there. We constructed the ORR. Now we are constructing this regional ring road with value of 36,000 crores. A strong road network is fundamental to a strong economy. Telangana's fast-growing network of national highways is being expanded. Industrial, agriculture markets, tourism circuits, and logistic chains. We are among the leading state adopting HAM, just like the NHA model, hybrid MPT model. We have taken special interest. The roads, we call the tenders recently 11,334 crores, 399 crores. We are dedicated to establish greenfield express highways with rupees 20,000 crores connecting two Telugu state capitals, going through 8-lane national highway where Holy Saint CCLM will be connected by an elevated corridor. Our vision to reach 3 trillion rail connectivity must evolve into a high-speed, high-efficiency network. Further, I have to state that as a MP during 2009 and 23, I have good association with Honorable Union Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. I requested for holding the next IRC annual session at Hyderabad. The IRC, with concurrence of Honorable Minister Gadkari ji, agreed to hold IRC at Hyderabad. This is a good news for our Hyderabad, Telangana state. When he held the meeting in 2016, he sanctioned additional 12,000 crores of rupees nationalized at that conference. So lot of states with competition, but I requested Gadkari ji, he accepted, is coming to Telangana, holding a meeting, and we are expecting more roads, converting state roads to national highway roads. Telangana is therefore prioritizing dedicated ride corridors for freight and industry, upgradation of major stations into international standard terminals, expansion of suburban intrastate connectivity, high-speed rail and bullet train projects. Looking ahead, Telangana is working towards establishing a high-speed rail corridor, boosting connectivity to metros and industrial hubs, a bullet rail lane which will redefine fast, clean, modern transportation for future generations. Our goal is to make Telangana premier aviation hub of India, capable of handling international logistics, tourism and business travel. Similarly, we are developing many mega hospitals to give free health care of world standard to every citizen through TIMS. Telangana role model is not neighbor states, but our role model are China, Japan, Germany, South Korea and Singapore. We all know roads, rails, airways, transport are fundamental for mobility needs. Therefore, I sincerely seek active participation of all of you. Towards this, I request Professor Sanjay Gupta ji to conduct the panel on today's theme our strengthen our resolve to realize Telangana Rising Vision 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Sir, for giving overall perspective and giving many pointers for our experts to ponder during panel discussion. Now we have expert panel on dais, and I request Dr. Professor Sanjay Gupta Sir to carry forward with our panel discussion. Sanjay Gupta Sir, please.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Sagar. My deep respect to Honorable Minister, all the dignitaries, my fellow panelists. It's my profound privilege to be part of such a distinguished panel and dignitaries on the dais. Keeping in view the time limitations at the outset, I would request each panelist to probably stick to the time allotted as far as possible. So we begin the proceedings with calling Dr. M. Fani Raju, Managing Director, Lee Associates South Asia Private Limited.
Thank you, Sagar, and thank you, Professor Sanjay Gupta. Respected Honorable R&B Minister, sir. Respected Chief Secretary, sir. Respected Special Chief Secretary, sir. Respected Metropolitan Commissioner, sir. Respected Professor Sanjay Gupta. Respected Engineering Chief and fellow panelists on the dais, dignitaries, invitees and participants. I am honored to be here, and I sincerely thank RNBD and HMDA for giving this particular opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to share some of the work that's being done by Lee with respect to mobility and also with respect to the transportation plans that are being under preparation at a state level, particularly on the road development needs. Through this talk, our effort is to help you to appreciate the kind of demand that exists and also the kind of requirements that would be there at urban as well as at the rural connectivity. Okay, how do we... Okay. Yeah. Thank you. As we all know, the state of Telangana is spread over an area of 112,000 square kilometers. And it has nearly about 40 million in terms of the population, which is about 4 crores. The current estimates of the state in terms of its economy suggests that the state is experiencing the double-digit economic growth and contributing about 5% to the national economy. As we know that the Honorable CM has been guiding us in the recent times with respect to what should be the economic regions and how the development should be viewed at. Now this particular session, as we all know, is on the urban and rural connectivity. I'll cover under 2 parts, and the first one being on the urban and followed by the rural or the state level kind of perspective. The city of Hyderabad has been experiencing tremendous growth over a period of time. And it is growing, and it has been one of the vibrant cities of our state and in the nation. And the spatial growth, as you would see in the city, has been very rapid, and particularly the corporation area has been growing very rapidly, and followed by the densification that is taking place in the rest of the urban part of the city. Now this is the one which shows how the spatial spread of the city has been. As you all know, the city of Hyderabad is about 1.4 crores or nearly 14 million in terms of its population. And it has about 56 lakhs, which is about 5.6 million in terms of the employment. And the number of registered vehicles in the city are 92 lakhs. Now the reason why I am pointing out these numbers are, it is these overall about 1.53 crores in terms of the demand is what is being generated in the city, with a per capita trip rate of about 1.1. Now what this particular picture shows to you is how the city is experiencing in terms of the interactions. Now at a city level you have about 1.5 crores in terms of the demand, whereas how city is interacting. Now nearly 3.5 crores is the total interactions in terms of the vehicles the city is experiencing. Of this, 10% is the through traffic when we look at the passenger traffic. When you look at the goods traffic, it's about 25%, the bypassable traffic. Now all this demand is leading to severe congestions on the city road system. Now this we have been experiencing, and with time this particular congestion is expected to further increase. But the efforts are on as Metropolitan Commissioners has told us that the efforts are on towards preparing a mobility plan and having a better transport system to meet the future needs. The estimated population of Hyderabad is expected to be very, very high. Now, what this particular table shows to you is we have about 1.4 crores in terms of the population. The city is going to add nearly another Hyderabad by the year 2047. Now, that's going to be a huge. And what it will lead to is huge demands with time. While the employment size is expected to further increase from 56 lakhs to nearly 1.27 crores. So what we are seeing is the population is doubling, the employment is more than doubling, and the trip rates are going to increase by at least 20% or so. All this would lead to significant increase in the. And most importantly, as you see here, the private vehicle growth is expected to grow much faster even than the population. While the population is expected to increase, the vehicle population growth is going to grow to nearly 3 crores, which means we have nearly 2.6 crores as the population, but the number of vehicles are going to be nearly 3 crores. Now that's going to be the huge in terms of the demand. Now these numbers, when we look at how they will translate into the travel demand, it's going to be about 3.6 crores population, the passenger trips per day are going to be generated. Now the 2.6 crore population will generate about 3.6 crores person trips, and they have to be met. Now, if we don't do anything in terms of our transportation system and the planning, what it could lead to is the current 28 kilometers speed on the network is going to get dropped to about 22 kilometers. And unless and until we put together serious interventions, things are not going to happen. We have been working, and we have been very fortunate to have been working with HMDA under the leadership of Metropolitan Commissioner Sir, Sarfaraz Sir, and we have been having extensive interactions. How is that we can reduce the travel demand? How is that we can contain the trip length? The efforts are to re-densify the corridors along the metro systems and also along the rest of the transportation corridors. By doing so, we will be able to contain the demand, and as a result of which, we should be in a position to enhance the speed to about 42 kilometers. Now, one is the part of the internal travel demand. The other one is the external travel demand. If we see, it's going to be, again, as I said, it's going to increase in leaps and bounds. And all this would require a transportation system which is of multimodal in nature, cutting across several modes, and this is what you would see. We require about over additional 333 kilometers of metro system from current 69, which means city will require to have about 400 kilometers of metro system. City also requires an exclusive bus rapid transit system of nearly 220 plus kilometers, and we require exclusive bus lanes. What we mean to say, exclusive bus lane is we should give priority to the public transport system of nearly 320 kilometers. In addition to this, as Metropolitan Commissioner has indicated, the multimode, the MMTS system which is there in the city requires further significant enhancement. In addition to this, the public transport routes and their rationalizations are required to be done, and also the hierarchical road system we need to bring in place. In addition, several elements of other multimodal transportation plan include putting together the terminal facilities, logistic hubs, and number of such things. Now, what you see here is how the metro is going to be with time, and also the MMTS as well as the road network and the terminals at this number of locations. All these efforts, I would submit to all of you, are expected to result finally in terms of controlling and ensuring the time an user is going to take. From a 38 kilometers, which was there in the year 2016, the average speed on the network has dropped down to 28, and these interventions cutting across modes potentially can lead to we having an average trip length of, or the average speed of about 40 kilometers or so. Now, this is at a urban level, that is metropolitan area level, and when we get into the rural setting and how the situation is likely to be. And the state, as you know, has an extensive network of the road system of nearly about 34,000 kilometers, and with nearly 50,000 lane kilometers in terms of the supply. I don't know. One very important thing which all of us should certainly note is the level of the growth of motorized vehicles at a state level. We are going to add about 1 crore, about 10 million additional new vehicles in the, it is what has happened in the last 10-15 years. That's about 1 crore new vehicles got added. And all this has led to the kind of desire and the travel that you see here. What I want to inform you is over 1 crore regional trips are getting generated of the passengers. Nearly 21 lakh goods trips are moving on the state road system. And all this leads to the having the kind of travel time contours something like this. What you see here is how far that one can travel with the current kind of transport system within 2 hours of travel. And what it would mean is we will take about 2 hours 30 minutes or so, 2 hours 10 minutes to Nalgonda currently. And this and for in different directions. Now, our effort and as per the vision is to ensure that how do we control the travel times of the people and enhance the functional efficiency of the road system. We know the state is likely to be in the between 5.5 to nearly 6 crores in terms of population over a period of time. And the demand is going to grow. And the demand is going to significantly grow actually at a state level. And this is how the interaction patterns are expected to be there. And all these interaction patterns are going to lead to the current travel times, as we can see on the network systems, are going to shrink. And shrink significantly like this, which means up to outer ring road itself, you are going to take 2 hours to commute. And unless and until we improve this road system, we cannot probably travel within 2 hours to peri-urban or beyond. And following the vision of the Honorable CM, RNBD is trying to put together the road policy, which is unveiled today, and also ensure how the road system can be developed over a period of time. Given the spatial pattern of the state, what one would think is we should have, like at a national level, the north, south, east, west corridors, as well as the golden quadrilateral at the nation level. We should also at a state level should have something like a network form of this nature, and which is something like this. You have 2 rings and followed by probably one need to develop a couple of more rings to make sure the total travel demands are met very appropriately, along with the radial road system. Now, something that which I would like to impress upon all of you is we have a settlement, and the settlement, if it is connected with one linkage, you will have certain level of economic vibrancy. And if you add one more link, how the vibrancy or the interaction patterns of a settlement increases. Now, this is what is the vision of the RNBD in terms of how do you ensure the multiple connectivity. We have a leader in the Honorable Minister who not only served at the state level, but also as a member of parliament at the national level, and he has been guiding the RNBD in a very dynamic way as to how we can improve upon the entire road system. It is not only just improving in terms of the national highways and the state roads, but also the expressway system, the elevated roads across the state is what are being contemplated with time. And most importantly, as the Honorable Minister Sir has indicated, it is important to ensure that the landlocked state of Telangana is connected with the port. And they have been having discussions with Government of India to make sure that this particular jinx is being broken. Now, through the efforts a few years back, what has been done is there is a need to add on from the current 5,000 kilometers to nearly 2,000 at minimum. And also the state roads will require to be added by additional nearly 3,000 kilometers. So in addition to that, the department is contemplating to make sure how our road development program is being put together. And this is similar to the kind of NHDP that's there at a national level. The rings, the north, south, east, west, as well as the corridors which it requires. In addition, the regional rapid transit system is contemplated, that is required to be developed. And all this effort only at a state level can lead to we controlling the times on the transportation corridors. Now, as I had shown you before, this is the current the travel time contours on the state road system. And this is what is going to shrink if we don't do anything. And if we improve the multimodal transport system, and very particularly the road transport system, this is how the spread is likely to be, and making sure that we have an efficient roads as well as the multimodal transport system. And with this, we will be in a position to control and achieve the vision of the Honorable Minister and the vision of the Honorable CM, and the Rising Telangana dream are going to be achieved. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. I think if there are any questions, we'll take it in the end because of paucity of time. May I now request Dr. Manoranjan Parida. He is joining online. Dr. Sagar, no? Not possible? Okay. So we are unable to kind of connect him on online. So I will now request Mr. Rahul Gupta, our next panelist. He is Additional Director General, Ministry of Road Transport Highways, and Secretary General of Indian Road Congress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister, RNB, Government of Telangana, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, learned fellow infrastructure visionaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today not merely as an administrator of road standards, but as a messenger of a transformative possibility. Indian Road Congress, popularly known as IRC, understood that infrastructure is not merely construction by bitumen, concrete and steel. It is the muscle connecting opportunity to those who have been historically distant from it. I will take you through how design and construction technology can be the critical nexus that transform Tenagla's vision from aspiration into live reality for every citizen, whether they reside in the vibrant heart of Hyderabad or in the villages of rural Telangana. As explained by Mr. Vikas Raj, Special Chief Secretary, in his presentation, the Government of Telangana has committed extraordinary resources for infrastructure development in the state. It is an acknowledgement that genuine development requires intentional bidirectional flow of capital, flow of knowledge, and flow of opportunity across the rural-urban continuum. Yet I must speak candidly. Money alone does not transform infrastructure. Timely execution, quality, and intelligent deployment of technology determine whether the roads become catalysts for equity or monuments of. This is where the design and construction technologies play a crucial role. Just I move forward, I will just take a few minutes to explain about IRC. What IRC is? The Indian Road Congress was founded 91 years ago, and tomorrow we will be celebrating its 91st anniversary. And it was founded with a singular vision to advance the science and practice of road development, ensuring uniformity in design and construction practices across the nation. Till date, we have published 275 standards, specifications, code of practice, and manuals covering every critical dimension of road, bridges, tunnels, traffic management, and safety engineering. Since its inception, IRC has become a catalyst for systemic transformation. We convene engineers and policymakers. We standardize practice. We disseminate knowledge. Today, IRC is not merely a repository of technical standards, but it serves as an architect of advanced. Its codes and standards forms the backbone of all road sector contracts issued by all the road development agencies in the country. These standards govern the quality assurance plan systems, ensuring that public investment translate into durable and high-performing infrastructure assets. We will be showcasing all these aspects during the annual session of Indian Road Congress in the month of November next year, which will be held under the leadership or the presidency of Mr. Mohan Nayak, the Engineer-in-Chief of R&B Department in Hyderabad. And all the delegates and dignitaries present here are heartily invited to join us during the session. A sobering lesson we have learned from our national experiences is that project failures rarely stems from flawed designs. They stem from deficiencies in the implementation, from poor construction quality, from absence of detailed method statements, from a culture that treats execution as secondary to the design. Here is what I wish to emphasize. The application of uniform quality standards must be carefully contextualized across Telangana, a stratified economic model. A high-volume highway code appropriate for pure corridors may prove impractical for low-volume rural roads. But this does not mean that accepting lower quality standards in the rural roads. Rather, we must develop what I call a simplified digital standards. Standards that are absolutely non-negotiable on quality outcomes, on material adherence, on structural integrity, and on durability, but that offers flexibility in implementation complexity. The realization of rural-urban integration demands a foundational shift, a transition from intuition-based analog workflows to data-driven digital intelligence, ensuring parity in planning and maintenance capabilities across the stratified economic zones. In context of Telangana, imagine a scenario. A standardized precast rural bridge in Adilabad district can be virtually monitored by urban planners and engineers based in Hyderabad. Structural health can be accessed remotely. Failures can be predicted. Maintenance operations can be optimized. The physical distance gap that has historically meant that rural infrastructure receives less sophisticated management, stands erased through technology. Artificial intelligence amplifies this transformation. AI is projected to boost construction productivity by up to 20%, significantly reducing delays and cost overruns. But beyond productivity, considered AI's safety applications. Integrated with these twins, IoT sensors, and computer vision, artificial intelligence can transform roads into dynamic systems that learn and adapt, proactively identifying and addressing the root causes of road accident. That is a public health crisis that demands our urgent attention. One of the most profound shifts in how we approach infrastructure is the adoption of building information model and digital twins. These are not merely technologies, they represent a fundamental reimagining of how we plan, construct, and maintain our assets. Digital twins are dynamic virtual replicas of physical infrastructure that update in real time. And they are revolutionizing our decision-making process when planning a new highway or evaluating a bridge structural integrity. Engineers can now conduct hundreds of simulations, test scenarios, and optimize designs before a single brick is laid. This approach has demonstrated remarkable results. Energy efficiency improvements, reduction in project rework, and increased construction productivity while simultaneously reducing asset management downtime. Building information modeling has emerged as a foundational technology for achieving digital standardization, but its wider adoption remains constrained by insufficient policy push across the public projects. Telangana has the opportunity to pioneer a uniform BIM strategy. In addition, geographic information systems provide essential spatial context for all infrastructure planning. GIS is critical for prioritizing and inventorying road networks. The efficiency of schemes like Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana depends heavily on online management and monitoring and accounting system, also known as OMAS. And here is where the drone technology becomes transformative. Drones provide affordable, high-resolution imagery for site surveying, land use analysis, construction progress monitoring, and quality assurance. The combination of GIS, drone, and OMAS platform represent perhaps the single greatest opportunity for democratizing design and quality capability. When this combined with workflow becomes mandatory, the rural administrator gain access to real-time intelligence and planning tools previously exclusive to the urban planners. This genuine democratization of design capability across the state. Indian Road Congress has already initiated the process of developing standards for BIM and digital twins, specifically tailored to our infrastructure context, roads, bridges, and tunnels. A new technical committee is formulating national standards for AI integration in the road sector. Formal standards are needed to govern the accuracy, auditability, and data ownership of AI-generated reports. Regulatory clarity will unlock investment, encouraging vendors to adopt these technologies for improved service delivery and compliance. Building resilient infrastructure requires ecological footprint while maximizing durability.
Can I request you to kindly wind up? Huh? Yeah, thank you.
This dual mandate is increasingly urgent, and here where IRC provides definitive technical guidance grounded in innovation and sustainability. IRC has provided comprehensive guidelines for utilizing recycled waste plastic in hot bituminous mixes. Mandatory utilization of plastic waste in rural road construction creates an institutionalized large-scale consumer for urban waste generated. This creates a direct, tangible economic linkage where the urban environment liability is systematically transformed into rural infrastructure capital. This is not merely sustainability, this is economics of equity. In addition, climate adaptation is no longer optional. This involves mandatory hazard mapping, identifying hot spots vulnerable to excess heat, flooding, cyclones, and designing resilient measures. Design decisions must be informed by mandatory emissions accounting exercises. The potential for low carbon interventions must be clearly identified with quantifiable CO2 emissions reductions calculated. The next important aspect is the quality. The quality must be foundational policy embedded from the conception through operation. Indian Road Congress provides authoritative standards for quality systems. Effective total quality management requires the digital enforcement of detailed method statement during execution, overcoming the historical implementation deficit that leads to premature asset failure. The transition to digital quality control is non-negotiable. Automated and intelligent machine-aided construction is currently being piloted in projects like Lucknow-Kanpur Expressway. Critical intelligent compaction technologies include intelligent compactors as detailed in IRC standards and provides documented proof of execution quality by logging real-time data, roller location, number of passes, speed, and most importantly, compaction meter value. Telangana must mandate the use of intelligent compactors for all pavement layers projects involving double lane. For life cycle accountability, the 5-year inbuilt maintenance clause in civil work contracts must be reinforced by mandating digital handover of assets, by transferring the digital twin baseline, complete BIM model, and documented execution quality to the maintenance authority. The state must enforce transparent accountability for long-term performance. It means that technological investment must be focused not merely on innovation, but on enforcing execution quality and guaranteeing verified construction practices in the field. The transition to advanced construction requires profound overhaul of technical education across the state. Curricula across ITIs, polytechnics, and bachelor program must be modernized to include project management, asset management, and core digital competencies. BIM modeling, drone operations, GIS mapping, and photogrammetry must be integrated not as advanced electives, but as foundational competencies across all technical training institutions. Standardizing these digital skills creates a location-flexible, high-value workforce. A technician certified in BIM or drone data process maintains equivalent economic value whether working in Hyderabad corporate tower or a Warangal district office. By investing heavily in location-flexible digital skills, the state can create a system where the youth, especially in rural areas, can participate fully in the knowledge economy without necessitating to migration to urban areas. The transformation envisioned by Telangana Rising 2047, bridging rural and urban into a single cohesive, thriving state, cannot be achieved by simply building more roads. It requires building intelligently, equitably, and sustainably. When we invest in intelligent compactors on village road, when we deploy digital twins to monitor rural bridges, when we train rural youth in drone operations and BIM modeling, we are sending a profound message. Your location will not. This is the promise of Telangana Rising 2047. And design and construction technologies is the instrument. This promise becomes a reality. Thank you very much and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. So now, may I now request Mr. Srinivas Ganji, Director, Mrs. Arcades, Hyderabad. You can probably continue.
Yeah. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. I was actually very fascinated by the goal set by the Honorable Chief Minister in terms of moving from the current 15 times the current economy, and that actually requires huge infrastructure changes, upgradations, and the new infrastructure which actually we have also seen from the other experts presented in terms of what actually has been being planned to actually reach that level. And what I want to stress here is the need for very strong digital backbone or the technology foundation for completely managing this asset life cycle for this infrastructure, and also to sustain this infrastructure, and also to have these operations well maintained and then well serviced for actual outcomes. And then I would like to actually propose the 5 layered approach, where the first layer would be to have all eyes and ears of the infrastructure in terms of having the CCTVs, having the dash cams on the existing resources like the public transportation, vehicles, garbage vehicles, or actually any other source that actually we can connect with, and then have a better reach of seeing the status of the infrastructure and what is happening in terms of road safety, the demand, and all of them. How can actually we can take the crowdsourced data, and how can actually we have the situational awareness about what is happening on the network overall. That's the first layer. And then the second layer actually is to enable the connectivity across the state along with the physical infrastructure. How can we develop this digital infrastructure in parallel with what is happening in the state right now, so that all this data comes to a central place like a Bharat future city, which actually can act as a central brain, which actually can be a digital twin for the complete state, where it can actually keep evolving in terms of the models, optimizations, and forecasting, and then performance monitoring, measurement. So this can be opened for as an open service, open source, or actually any other service which can be accessible to both the public and then the private, which can enable innovation, and then lot of operational platforms that actually can be built over this to bring the efficiency and then improve the road safety among different agencies like adaptive traffic signal control system and road safety management system, to actually have the lesser response time in the golden hour, and then public transportation operationalization improvement. All these things can be easily enabled with a central mobility digital twin for the complete state with the government, enabling all the public and then private organizations. And then the last layer actually is to empower the end user service, and then having a multimodal integration, not just actually with the physical infrastructure, but also having a seamless mobility experience, not just for the people within the city, but actually also to the level of a person like residing in the village. How can we actually enable him and then connect with him with the digital connectivity, and then help him for the seamless mobility experience, not just actually them, the logistics also. So this is how I propose that we should actually have this 5-layer approach to have a very strong, efficient, sustainable and safe infrastructure possible, which actually can support this 2047 vision of Telangana Rising. And this is very much important because if you have seen the outer ring road actually was formed like more than 10, 12 years back, and then this has resulted definitely a very good economy for the complete, maybe for the state as well as for the city. But at the same time, it actually is taking away almost 60 deaths per year, 65 deaths per year. And how can we improve the safety or actually reduce this loss of lives while having the economy boost? I think that is more important. So that's what I wanted to propose on having a very strong digital backbone for the mobility for the state.
Thank you so much. Now, may I now request Mr. Chetan Patel, he is a CEO of Texture Ahmedabad, to speak on the subject IT, ITS and road safety. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister of Roads and Buildings Department, Telangana, Honorable Chief Secretary, Honorable Engineer in Chief, and all the topic is basically it's how can we take Telangana for a Vision Zero state. Vision Zero means what? It is zero fatalities and zero severe accidents. That should be the ultimate goal for the road safety that we should aim for. So that is where, in fact, I would like to highlight how we can transition to achieve the Vision Zero. So first is like we have, there has to be a phased approach. For example, we have cameras installed, we have traffic signals. So what we can do is, using those camera feeds and those understanding the traffic patterns, we can tune the signal timings. We can enable AI intelligence on the camera feeds to understand queue, to understand incidences, to understand violations. Then as a next step, we can go for further enhancement. Okay, then as a next step, we can go on further enhancements, like whatever the signals we have, we can go for adaptive traffic management system. We can go for deeper analytics on the camera feeds to understand the traffic signal violators, speed violators, and based on those, we can create a predictive models to understand who can be the future people who can basically get involved into accidents. So assimilating and basically refining the data and all these things is going to be very crucial in once you have the data. Then you can basically implement ANPR, deploy incident capturing, do e-challans, integrate GIS, GPS data also. So this is basically the next phase of approach once you have implemented cameras, signals and everything. After this is basically go for an interactive based system. For example, install pedestrian crossing system. I am not sure how many of the people knows, but in most of the cities in India, the most deaths happen after, the majority of the people who die in accidents in cities are two-wheelers, and then comes the pedestrians. So safety for pedestrians is also very paramount important when you consider city traffic infrastructure. Then you should have some speed calming to control the speed of the vehicles, for something like to warn for if you are a speedy vehicle and to greet you if you are basically going with a limited speed. Then if you do parking illegally also, there has to be some sort of an interactive display based system that displays gets activated that you are parked illegally, please remove your car. So this kind of interactive based system as a next phase I suggest to go towards improvement of your ITS system. Thereafter you advance AI to data mine and basically provide predictive models to identify drivers, for example, who are driving erratically, who are not driving in a queue, who are speeding up. So those kind of peoples, those kind of vehicles are mostly going to get involved in accidents. Plan for drone using for incident management for events where the density of the traffic is very high. I give you an example. If the drone has to be available or used, there was a massive traffic jam in MP sometime back, in some couple of months back, and a person has died of a heart attack because he could not get the medicine. So if you have something like a drone kind of a system, you can deliver basically some critical medical accessories, medical assistance to people who are stuck up in the traffic also. Then also parking plays a very important role in ITS also, because almost every one of us who live in cities, and especially big metro cities, spends over like 50 to 100 hours every year to find the parking place. So geomap your parking places, identify parking places you have, and provide them in a digital platform so that citizens who drive can easily find the parking space. So this saves the fuel as well as saves the time also. Then along with the fiber optic network, now we have 5G networks, then 6G networks will also be introduced in the coming future. So use this kind of a network based thing also to integrate your IT equipments, integrate your road traffic equipments with the command and control center. That would be easy versus laying out fiber optic. Now what would be the future is basically is a V2X or CV2 cellular vehicle to anything, which is where every major country is doing pilot projects, and India is also not far behind. We maybe, I think in couple of months, as MOD releases a guideline, we will be, India will be doing pilot projects on C2V, is basically connected vehicles and connected vehicles to infrastructure, road infrastructure. So this is the ultimate roadmap for right now that is envisioned across the globe to achieve Vision Zero. And this is how basically you have vehicles connected, you have this. Now we cannot leave behind the vehicles which are basically not having those kind of an instruments called onboard units, because CV2X or V2X requires a roadside unit that connects to your ITS infrastructure like signals, pedestrian signals, speed calming systems, and also there is an onboard unit gets fitted into your vehicle and gets associated with your vehicle sensors and vehicle data. So like for old vehicles which, for example, which have dashboards, so has cellular connectivity, you can basically, and not having OBU integration feasibility, you can integrate the data from basically roadside unit to cloud, and from cloud pass that data to the dashboard of the vehicle. So let's say if there is a wrong way vehicle coming in your way, the sensors will immediately inform that data to roadside unit. From there, the information goes to cloud and comes to your dashboard that there is a wrong way vehicle coming ahead. So please drive carefully. And for those vehicles which doesn't have even a dashboard, they are old vehicles, so you can have some sort of a smartphone based facility for integration. So this is how basically you will connect all the three variants of vehicle types that exist on the road with connected technology. I just give you one very simple example. Considering like I think Hyderabad has more than 600, 700 traffic signals. But let's say if you have 500 traffic signal, and on a signal you put up a display, a message display. So when you stop at the signal on a red line, the display says engine off. I'm sure when someone sees that, if you have like 50 vehicles on each side standing on a signal as a red, and if 30% of those vehicles switches off their engine, because psychologically if someone sees, then you basically tend to switch off the engine. So that means 22,500 vehicles have switched off their engines translating to 3,15,000 hours of fuel emission saving. So you can imagine that this translates to how much reduction in pollution. Also, just a simple thing of switching off your engine on a traffic signal. So maybe next time when you stand at the signal and the signal is red, switch off the engine. It will help to contribute saving environment and fuel also. And this also means that this can be something like the fuel consumption of approximately 100,000 vehicles every day traveling in Hyderabad city. Another simple thing is basically that's a human psychology. So just slow down at junctions, so junctions which doesn't have traffic signals active, and there are junctions which does not have traffic signals, but if you tend to slow down at junctions, your chances of collision and accidents becomes very low. So next time when you travel and come near to a junction, please try to slow your vehicle. You will experience some peace and some happy thing that yes, this helps really to avoid accidents. So in fact, one of our road safety project has also been recommended. Basically, it was a World Bank assisted program, and it was such kind of project was recommended in more also road safety practices in India. And also, lastly, no Vision Zero or future of Vision Zero can be achieved if public participation and in fact their active involvement is not there. So public awareness, continuous education, sense of responsibility to follow traffic rule is also very must. So this is again, we just not just relying on the systems and the infrastructure, but it is also our duty to basically adhere to the traffic laws. That's all. In fact, I would like to show you a very small video, and in fact, Honorable Minister or Honorable Secretary, sir, I think he said about lots of highways coming up, and as you have highways and there is a lot of maintenance activity, there are basically, I will show you for one video that has saved many lives very recently. It was on 26th of November. So can you please play the video? TTMA. It's a very short video, few seconds only. Actually, that video is not rendering, but it was basically on a national highway project on 26th of November. It's on a 4-lane road. One lane was closed and for maintenance, and they were setting up work zones. And unfortunately, there was a car. Basically, the driver has slept in the morning at 9 o'clock. And he has basically accelerated the vehicle. I mean, pressed his foot on the accelerator, and there was a device called TTMA. So in just 3 seconds, that vehicle was coming in very fast mode, something like 110, 120 speed. In just 3 seconds, basically stopped the vehicle, absorbing all the energy. And if that equipment was not there, you could have imagined there are 48 basically people on that lane working. So if a car with speed of 110 goes over 48 people, how many fatalities can happen? So this,
Mr. Patel, can we wind up now? Here,
yes.
Can we wind up, please?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, thank you. So now, may I now request our last panelist for today, Mr. Hari Bhaskar. He is Manager Investment Operations, South Asia, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, China, presently based in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. You can speak from there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Special Chief Secretary, Metropolitan Commissioner, and all the dignitaries. Honored to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I know I am the last man standing between you all and a delayed lunch. Taking a lot of importance of infrastructure, technology-enabled infrastructure, the road safety, and the policy and all that. So a little bit about the bank. I represent the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is a multilateral bank like the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank. This bank is a new kid on the block. We started like 10 years ago, around 2016. India is the second largest shareholder of the bank and is the largest borrower or beneficiary, I should say, from the bank. And most of the money from the bank in India goes to the transport sector. We have been working very closely with many states, and we have done, for example, rural roads in Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. We have done highways, ring roads in Chennai, secondary roads in Assam, orbital roads in Haryana, metro projects in many states, in Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Kochi, and RRTS, Delhi-Meerut RRTS, in our 10 years of operation. This is just to show that transport is a sector, especially roads is a sector in India where there is a lot of demand, and the bank will be very happy to work with government of Telangana too. I saw in the policy document in Honorable Minister's foreword an American JFK saying something about why America's roads are good. Same thing, there is also a Chinese proverb, because I come from a bank which is based in China. There is a very old Chinese proverb, a 1,000 year, then it should build roads. This is a strong belief of Chinese, and you can see that when you go to China, for example, that every nook and corner is connected with roads, which is a very important enabler for economic growth. I'm very glad to hear that India is planning to do the same thing, and the Vision 2047 encompasses that. We all know that with the good road infrastructure, the economic growth inevitably follows. Development, not just infrastructure development. As a development bank, we believe that just developing infrastructure alone is not adequate. You have to develop the human capital, by which we mean the education and the health infrastructure, which will all follow if we have a good road network. So I'm very glad to be here to discuss about the roads. And the topic that I have been given is to talk a little bit about program approach rather than a project approach. Why program? Why not project? Actually, a program is not very different from project because it is just a string of projects put together. But at the same time, the key objective of a program is to ensure that the outcome is achieved rather than just an output. In a project in which you build like 30 kilometers of roads, the output is to build just the 30 kilometers of roads. But if you have a program like, say, a Bharat Mala, or if you have a program to connect highways to all the major cities in Telangana, then the outcome is to ensure connectivity, not just to build that 200, 300 kilometers of road or 1,000 kilometers of road. So it is a very outcome-driven approach, this program. That's why program approach is extremely important. And if a project, if it goes beyond a certain size, it becomes very difficult to manage. But at the same time, if it's a program which has a group of projects, then it can be managed better. You can have a program director, you can have project directors for various projects under the program, so that the program can be managed better. And I spoke about the outcome. Also, it's very important, whether we like it or not, all these assets, the road assets, are going to face the brunt of climate change. Yeah. You can ensure that the climate resilience aspects are taken care of into the whole program. But if you do the program into 20 different projects, instead of approaching it as a program, some projects may have some good climate resilience approach, some projects may not have it. So it's very good to ensure that if you have a program, all the climate resilience aspects are built into the design so that it can stand the test of time. So I can keep talking about why a program approach is much better, but these are some of the aspects why program approach is better. And also at the end of the day, you will have to assess the impact of the program or the project that you have done. When we do it as a program, it gives you a holistic approach. It enables us to assess the impact or to evaluate the impact of the program. From the financing point of view, because I'm from a bank, we financiers, I'm not just talking about the multilateral development banks like us, World Bank or ADB, even domestic financiers, even NABARD-like financiers, would very much like a programmatic approach rather than a project-based approach. So I think it will be relatively that much easier for the state to get financing if you can develop programs rather than